live. As I check that it's actually working and that my mic isn't latent, which it isn't luckily. Sorry for those. Those likely came through to you guys as well. Let me fix that. Testing. There we go. Okay. Interesting. Need a new cable there. Sorry for those loud noises if it caught you guys off guard. I am continuing the daily trend that I've been at for the last few days. Let's briefly check that that is all working. That is all working. That's good. Of working on the build collection for a little bit, and I won't be doing the Heartbreaker Show Tech Take Show Castle thing today. Mostly because I did a lot of work on other stuff today. Got a video at the ready. Follow up the Hunter's Fury one that went up today. And I worked a lot on the DPS one, and basically I have all of the things for that one in my head at the moment. So I'm just gonna first do that one while I still have everything of that one in my head. Then follow that up with later on some Heartbreaker Tech Tank recording. So let me briefly recheck that this is still all working. Let me see as well what the Heartbreaker Tech Tank did, or the Hunter's Fury SMG video did, which is decent. It's always hard to tell with my videos, because usually on the second day they start getting their views. But I've been happy enough with all of my build showcases so far. Getting the amount of views that I would like them to have. At least some views, basically. Them not being completely unwatched already makes me quite happy. But yeah, let's move on over to doing some of this work. Go to a different browser. There we go. As I'll start on character 2, going from 216 back to 201. And he should be pretty fast, I feel. I've been through his stuff pretty decently recently, except this one, of course. So let me actually as well open up this checklist thing, because I already see all of these are going to get moved down to here, and 2.16 is going to be entered in here. There we go. And it's going to be a rework to Cavalier. I kind of need to decide. Oh, why is it like this? All of a sudden, F11 was hit. So this is his hazard protection tank. But this can be reworked. Actually, how many hazards do I need in here? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm leaving out Yal, of course. But I have enough Yal parts to make whatever I want of Yal. Just checking quickly if I don't have any backpacks or chest of Yal in all blue. And of course I don't, because why would I? At this point, all of those things were pretty settled. Because what I'm considering doing for this one or actually I have just this thing, don't I? Because I have this chill out with hazard protection. That will work. Because putting in the chill out instead of the mask slot would make it so that I can have 2 more PFEs basically on it, taking its PFE up by quite a bit. The other thing I was thinking of doing is putting a catharsis in it. But that would require a YAL piece somewhere. The backpack would be the obvious choice, keeping point man. But then I would need a YAL backpack with hazard protection and... This doesn't have hazard protection, right? No, it does not. I'm trying to think, what other part would fit in here? Sawyers, maybe, for the explosion resistance. And that's basically it, right? Tardy? No, not really. Vanguard is better than Tardy. Shocker Punch? No, because the only thing it would really provide is that shock resistance. And we're already resistant, very resistant. That we are immune, actually. So yeah, I'm considering how to rework this one. But in any way, it's going to be reworked to have 2 Cavalier pieces instead of the 3 Eclipse pieces that it does have now. And the Cavalier drops with blue core, so it's like a... I can just craft and optimize or farm them till I get full armor ones and put hazard there. Let me briefly bring up this again, so I actually have a look over there. Oh, and we have some early birds. Hey there, snakes. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury one went up today. The one that was also recorded like last week. So it was, I didn't record any new segments for it, I believe. So it's basically as it was from the live streams. And hey there, Toasty, and very hypeful I see there. Also today I won't be doing the Heartbreaker Tech Tank showcase today, mostly because I actually made another video today, and I basically also made the full guide for the DPS one, and I basically have the entire thing of that already in my head of how I want to do it. So I want to keep that in my head and not also like do a Heartbreaker Tech Tank showcase. So I'll likely move that to like Tuesday or Wednesday. So I have also tomorrow, not because yeah, likely I'll make most of it, a little bit of it tomorrow and most of it on Tuesday in the afternoon. But yeah, I have another video, the dying more for no particular reason. The video is at the ready. Can I just do this? Does this work? I keep forgetting. Oh yeah, it does actually. So that's the that's the thumbnail for it already. And I'll go up. It's scheduled for Wednesday, depending on how the Hunter's Fury video kind of does. If it starts fizzling around Tuesday, then I'll put it on Tuesday. But likely Wednesday it'll come in. Which is of course for very particular reasons. Although I don't go as hard on it. I'm just keeping it a little bit casually on there. Mostly discussing dying more and as I'll remove it there, dying more and what metas are and kind of mean and why some things are meta, because those were the 2 points that were still left from that one video. Gonna jump back into the game. Have that one open. So yeah, this needs a rework. I just don't know to what, but at the very least I know I want to have a glove and a holster, Cavalier, blue, HZP, hazard protection. Because yeah, I'll farm those. I don't want to. I'm pretty certain to be able to get some. Because in either case, the mask is either going to go to chill out or to a. Or I also make a backpack for it. Let's bring up the building game here as well, and here on the picture as well. Because yeah, I likely will give it a Yao backpack with armor regen, hazard protection, protector, letting me put in a catharsis. Because the catharsis, I think it makes sense in this thing. Like, maybe. Let me catch up on chat before I tab it away. Yeah, I'm happy with its outcome. It's a little bit rambly, but I mean, it's me, so it's a little bit rambly. And it's like 40 minutes long, which is a little bit longer than I want those things to be, but also both of them have now been 40 minutes long, so maybe that's how long they are meant to be. I was considering actually, so one of the things I didn't do it in the end because I would have had to like redo the last section. I kind of liked how it went. My conclusion in it was to go like, yeah, so doing dots, it's kind of like catchphrase, but going die more. It's good for your experience. But also, I think Dodd will agree with my assessment there of dying more. Oh, with target loot of five countdowns is still good. That sounds about right. You're having kind of the same experience I had, but then 4 gloves in my case. So. But yeah, actually later on, if you are up for it, I'd be up for some farming, maybe some countdowns and stuff. Didn't she have a? Oh, well, he has one, but the one that he has was missing still. To go with the Elmo, you need basically all of the FI pieces to be full crit damage, or well, to be crit damage, and he has still one that is crit chance. So he's a little bit over like what the Coyote. He's like 58 when he should be 52, I believe. Which yeah, he says there as well. So yeah, this one's marked for rework. I won't do that now because of course I need pieces for it, but it'll go on the list. And this list will basically get worked on and slowly giving me some stuff to farm for. So okay, his 16 is basically ready now. Well, not ready now, but let's see. So 2.15 next. I lost my place. Striker PFE even has damage numbers. It even has other damage numbers. What is this? Oh, it's with grade 21 weapon, of course, because it's from back when I was not even 14k. So that one's. But yeah, this one's basically good. Do I want to add anything here or change anything? Not really. On to 214. Negotiator, Bruiser, Tech Tank. Because this actually got recently reworked to be with the Cheska chest, which she actually also has. Actually, like this is a negotiator now. The only thing I feel about this one is that I usually actually run it with the Memento backpack with the crit damage mod. And then with the Elmo. Because yeah, this thing can run the Elmo and it actually feels okay in this. Especially because of that extra max size helps Negotiator a little bit. You mark a little bit more. Although of course you still have to hit that reload. But I'll keep it as is. I'm considering putting like a Memento with crit damage and an Elmo somewhere. I think I will. But where? I'll put it here. Just so memento. Actually, well, memento. Just the one that is equipped is fine. Like that. Elmo. I feel this is a little bit cluttered looking because I want to have the shield stat there as well. That's kind of making it a little bit cluttered. But yeah, Elmo, that thing, crit damage mod. Just any crit damage mod. Just take this one basically. Not when I have it like there. Let's put this here. That feels a little cluttered. Does it show? Yeah, I know. And that is also fine. Like, I don't know how else to do it unless I really rework the thing. But also, I kind of like a fast hands weapon with this, especially like with Negotiator, over the Elmo. Although, well, more likely a FAMAS then, though, just for damage output. But yeah, for now, that one's fine. I'm fine with that one. On to number 13. Let's see, let me hop into chat for a second again. What shouldn't be doing? I mean, that's... it isn't the easiest piece to get, of course. And then usually it's the last piece, of course, is the hardest one. And yeah, sometimes it gets snagged like that, basically, where it's like, just doesn't want to drop. Because yeah, I had, yeah, as I said, the exact same thing for like 2 days going after, and like full on countdowns, like 10s in a row, of trying to, and then in my case it was a glove. The annoying thing as well is, of course, you can't infinitely. It's not as craftable as most other pieces because it still requires Ironworks base materials. And well, if you've done a lot of Iron Horse, you can, but most people will not like have enough of those materials to infinitely craft. Let's check out this Umbra. This one's pretty recent, although, well, pretty recent is like 3K ago almost. Stats for Carbine 7. Which is the weapon that it does run. One thing I kind of do want is as well to have a Grupo mask there. Just on the side. With its stats. Because if there's way too many coyotes in the team, and with way too many, it starts at 3, basically, 3 other ones, then this Grupo can make you benefit from others and also have a brand bonus still. I like that. Kind of want, well, I have this thing loaded here anyway. Let me, actually, let me do it with the coyote mask then. Does the backpack still have an 11.9 in it? No, so it's actually the same crit chance, crit damage as it has there. Because I just have more stats nowadays. Let's actually upgrade it to be that way. What is it there? As a poor old Umbra. Nobody thinks about Umbra anymore. I was considering actually making a tech tank with Umbra as well, because even though it doesn't really like synergize, it could still work. This is fine then, right? Yeah. So on to Heartbreaker. And it's very funny how little difference between the two there is actually, except, well, we just got back now. This should have all of the numbers and stuff still, because, yeah, just going to add a few more of those in, seeing as I have it loaded here anyway. With that thing in. This thing has gotten upgrades and mods, hasn't it? It has. Several of them. Yes, I'll fix those up. Just so actually the pictures match there. Match the stat screen. Nobody else will notice, but I often do. Yeah. I resize these first and then put them in position. So try to kind of match the size of the other ones. That looks about right. As it now, then it stat-wise will line up. At the very least. Yeah, this one has a oddity. Actually, if I scroll, does it show on stream kind of? Oh yeah, it does. So there are numbers underneath. We scroll down basically beneath the picture. There are numbers down there, hidden away kind of, although of course they're not very hidden. Like everybody can like scroll down. But that's the pre-nerf damage output of the Heartbreaker. And especially if we look at, so now on a crit headshot, we do have 4 numbers here. Oh, these are body shots, of course. So this is armor shots on top, body shots at the bottom. On a crit body shot on health with the old Kingbreaker, which of course here as well has like the wrong pictures even. Because nowadays it's a TKB, but it for a brief time it was a AKM model. It was hitting for 2.5 million, 2,554,22 as a crit body shot or a crit headshot on health. And people were surprised that it got, and that's at 650 RPM for the Kingbreaker. But yeah, people were surprised that it got nerfed. Why? Because yeah, nowadays it's 1.888 million. Still a high number, but still a lot more manageable. A lot more manageable. Let me bring up chat for a second. Hey there, Pomic, and I'm doing good, and I hope you are as well. So. As I'm working a little bit on the build collection, as I've been doing the last few days as well, just cleaning up, basically holding maintenance, running maintenance for an hour, making sure that, because I've been adding in a lot of builds, not adding numbers to a lot of them. I'm kind of fixing that, kind of. Because, of course, it does have backfire numbers already. It's weird that the numbers are over there, but I'm fine with it because, yeah. But this is actually not even that good, actually, looking at these backfire numbers, because that's like 1 million on body shot health crit at 850 RPM. A striker does that at 900 RPM, basically. with a lot less hassle than this thing. Although, of course, this is pretty close to being hazard immune. That's like the thing that it then has. But this has damage numbers. I don't care enough to fix up that stat block. It's fine. A Red Patriot. This got a rework recently, right? Or did I just make... I made new ones in here, right? That's what happened. Because yeah, where's the Red Patriot? It's over here. Like, this is the modern Red Patriot. What does he actually have equipped? This modern Red Patriot. So what I'll just do is... I don't actually even know if this works. Control copy. Do I want to keep this in some way? Not really, right? First, let me see if Control V actually works anyway. It does. So I'll just go over here, select everything, delete, Control V. Because yeah, with the Elmo, it makes a lot more sense. Like, this is the way this one should be anyway, so might as well have the two of those match. Anything missing here? Group of mask, although actually this build should be the one running the Coyote anyway. With its stats. It's good to see that I've been being better. With these characters, they have a lot more numbers already of damage numbers because they kind of matter. They're handy when they're there. Makes it a lot easier to make decisions about how strong a build is, kind of. Put that over there. For the rest of it, this all looks fine. It has damage numbers to have and stuff. So, actually, that was, of course. Right, so if I actually go into this, open this up again, and just copy these over. There we go. Because yeah, this one is from was from the buff build folder, which it lives in, and the other one was from the actual build collection. Yeah, so far so good. We've only had like one build that this guy needs rework on, so that's easy. That was our 2.09. I should check over here first if everything's still working, which it seems to be. Hardwired. Still exactly the same as it is there. Has all the numbers it needs. It even has the hit numbers with Seekers and stuff and Hive. And nothing has really changed about the build, even though it's a really old build picture with 11k there. So yeah, this doesn't need anything. Up next, Uxie, which has one of my names that I'm the most proud of. Actually doesn't show up on stream. It's unreadable, kind of. It's called Uxie space moron. Because of course I named it Oxymoron. This all still seems correct. The only thing I would change nowadays is to have that be a shotgun instead of LMG. Actually, I went back to tech support, didn't I? For some reason at some point. But this is a free talentable backpack, so I could move it back to being combined arms, which I had for a while. And that's the reason I went with LMG, because the LMG could keep it going a little bit. And yeah, this LMG is rolled to damage to armor, but then as well with shotgun, it would have 12 damage to armor and 10 damage to targets out of cover. And then the LMG has 12 damage to armor, or 12 damage to targets out of cover and 6 damage to armor. So it's technically it's less, but also this thing is killing like non-armored enemies a lot more. So maybe that 2% more is kind of justifiable there. But I used to run it with combined arms, and with combined arms, the LMG made more sense. But of course, I could also have this shotgun not be the mop, which I usually actually don't have this be the mop nowadays. But yeah, this guy on himself, of course, he has Eclipse build, so he has this shotgun that he could always like swap to. But what I should do is maybe actually put this shotgun somewhere in here. And I will. And I'll do that by making these talents a little bit smaller. Moving these up. Moving this thing up. Although I do like that 640k, just like stacking all over each other. That's what it does, kind of. Even solo, and then in groups, of course, like add in a future initiative next to you as well and stuff, and it goes pretty bananas. What I'll do is grab a picture of this thing. And grab a picture of these parts. That's not really good looking. Wait, why is it so skewed still? Because technically shotguns are better. Technically. But also, I mean, technically as well, Chatterbox is also like a useful thing here, but I couldn't convey what a Chatterbox does. I could put a Chatterbox there, but nobody would, like, if you don't exactly already know that a Chatterbox does the exact thing that you want it to do, is it useful? And then the answer is kind of no, I feel. So we move on, and I'll briefly check chat again, just briefly. Where was I? What's ongoing directive support build are you using? So for ongoings, I specifically have, well, actually I have a build showcase that was pretty recent, but if you actually go into my build collection, 3.01 is my preferred ongoing. It is one that is keeping up its own personal damage with a glass chest and a gift backpack. Although, of course, you could also go Wicked backpack as well. Actually, I should have added in a Wicked here as well. I might actually do that, seeing as we did that character yesterday, but I didn't linger on this one too much. But yeah, ongoing, you can go a lot of ways, because you can also go like Scorpio with Wicked backpack, even having like Ridgeway or something. Stuff like that even, like, kind of works well. You have basically gradations between like keeping more personal damage. So this is basically maximum personal damage and still giving a decent enough buff. And then you can go a little bit more towards giving up personal damage and giving out more support. For instance, having opportunistic backpack with a Scorpio and maybe even a Ridgeway, or having a tardigrade even there. Like, all of those things kind of work. Wicked on mine, I was well, the thing is with Wicked, and why I'm choosing Vigilance. So Vigilance, I consider it to be on for around 20% active, or 20% when you consider its activity at around 80% active of the time, then it's a 20% total weapon damage increase, basically, if you just like level it down. But the thing is, I mostly use this in Countdown, and in Countdown, actually, it is like a really high uptime, because you don't get shot as much because there's 8 allies to be shot at. And then Vigilance for me beats out, and as well, it's not from the first shot because it's not always on. Your first shot is needed to trigger it, and then you go on from there. And then you would need to have a Scorpio basically or something to trigger it with the first shot. And I very much like having that secondary Carnage. Like that Carnage, just like as I said as well in the showcase, basically, that is my backup. And especially for enemies, especially in Countdown, where you have like names, they will not die in the mag of the FAMAS, but they will die in the mag of the Carnage. Let me close this back up. Where were we? 2.07. But I saw actually one chat message come up there. I'll catch it in a second. But first, let me get my place back here as we are going to a third drone hybrid. Trade as Coyote, perfect opportunity to Scorpio, 60% amplified damage. I mean, first off, that amplified damage, the point of it is that it's not additive. So you shouldn't just add it up together. It's multiplicative to all of them are multiplicative to each other. So adding them up together like that is already not the best choice usually. And these lefty skills are yours. I mean, you can go a lot of different ways. Mine is very much set up for personal damage, and it's keeping, and that's kind of, I'm doing that because otherwise I feel it doesn't do anything. Once you start going towards buffing with it a lot, a red FI is just going to outbuff it basically. It has a much more effective uptime. So yeah, I try to keep its personal damage up and then have that be its thing, basically. And yeah, of course, things like that Scorpio as well, you can't count them in like just from the start. You need 7 shots. Most things will be dead by that time. And but yeah, there's many ways to go with it. The downside of the Coyote is that you have to go to chest, especially. So, which isn't the worst choice. I have a chest set up as well in the buff build folder, but I don't prefer it. It loses so much when you run out of ammo. When you run out of that special ammo, it drops so much. Where a glass chest, even if you don't have the special ammo, for instance, with Countdown, there's always the possibility of having those hazard directives on at the start of it. And if they are on, well, first off, for instance, as well, you can't trigger Wicked because you're not status affecting anything. But also you can't get your bullets. And if you're running the chest with it, then you're losing out a lot more damage than the glass variant. Yeah, let's move on to through this third drone hybrid, which should have all of the numbers. I feel like these haven't changed really in forever, and I did give them their numbers a long time ago, as they are there. They even have third numbers. But yeah, this is from back. So actually, even like nowadays, this picture would be like stretched out to be like that, and yep. Did that work? Yeah. That's weird. But yeah, this picture would normally be stretched out to be all the way at least like that, or even larger even than that even. Just because like this is a very old style of mine. But yeah, it's literally from close to half of my I'm 16 now. I was 8 back then when this build picture was made. It's a relic of the past. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it as is, even though this is one of those that annoys me because it's not the specialization weapon that is selected on the build picture. Just for some reason, the mask is. So, but it has all of the numbers. It has all of the things. Even though here as well, some stuff is selected, which is like I wouldn't abide by that nowadays. But it's a relic of the past. The build itself also kind of a relic of the past. I mean, they're still good. They're not bad. Nothing changed about that. Let me just move these a little bit around, just so they're lining up a little bit better. Let's go 2.06. Half healer. High-end. It has the assault turret numbers. That's all it really needs on the damage end. This is also a very oldish kind of build. It is still with Overwatch and this, of course. This sniper rifle isn't... I don't know why I have this sniper rifle on it. Do I have one in my stash of these? Or did I just hang on to this for so long? But yeah, these are builds that I don't use that often anymore. That's kind of the reason why they are still a little bit wonky, I feel. I feel I had I put in a Paratrooper SVD a few days ago, but I might have also considered and just dropped it. Oh, actually, this one. Oh, this isn't... I thought for a second that was something else. That was like the named one. Because I have this one, I would much rather have this be on this build. Even if I don't change the build picture. So yeah, let's do that. I'll actually grab both of them and actually rework this one to be workable. Putting some scope on there, +5 rounds. Stability, and of course these things have that skin available to them. Because I'll take the uglier looking one, which is this one, to be my new weapon. This thing goes back in the stash. I'm gonna go recalibrate that one to be in sync. Because this build has opportunistic and it has a sniper rifle to sometimes put opportunistic like on stuff that I really want to have opportunistic on. So this one can become... Because a lot of people, I feel, forget that marksman rifles also apply opportunistic. I'll even give it its optimization if I have enough. That's over here. Oh, I don't have enough field recon because it needs 1 and a little bit optimization. And I'm out of field recon as I optimized a few of the FI tech tank pieces. But I'll actually save this build like this. I won't change the build picture. I don't care enough about the weapon to do that. Because yeah, and SVD is much more spammable and can get more rounds at. I think the only reason I have this one is because I like the skin. Like this is really, I think, the only reason I have this one on this one. There's also with crit chance mods. Why? Why is there with crit chance mods? I mean, it doesn't really need anything else. Because yeah, this one doesn't really benefit from more stability, but all of the bolt action ones are very much like that. But I think I'm gonna toss it, unless actually, did I have one in the stash? Or actually, the pinprick is the same model as that, isn't it? Yeah, so I have a pinprick that'll be there for that skin. That thing goes bye-bye. So yeah, we did the change. Actually, you know what I'll do? Actually, let's... Hello, G, thank you. Well, I will put this SVD in here as well. Doesn't change the talent and stuff anyway, so... The only giveaway is that suddenly there's one item here with a proficiency, with a proficient icon on it. So that's a little bit of a giveaway, but no one but me will likely ever notice that. So it's fine. But yeah, these half healers are kind of useful still. I wanna hang on to at least 2 of them, which is this one and the other one, and the other one being the one on character 3, the FI one with turret. Very much agreed with that one, Spoon. The thing is, annoyingly, that some of the things in my stash are very much things that I have in there that I know for, like, are in there for particular reasons, and then that makes it hard that, like, the items that aren't there just because I tossed them in there one day, like, didn't think about it. Yeah, those items are then done. I look at them and go, oh, it must be here for a reason. And then turns out it isn't. Like for instance, that sniper rifle. I don't know why I wouldn't have an automatic one instead of a. There's the only reason to have this thing, because yeah, normally of course this build gets run not with that, but with Scorpio next to it. Scorpio is there for short range stuff, and then I just have the sniper rifle just to, you know, when a boss spawns or something, that I just on the first shot can already put opportunistic on them. And of course also InSync. InSync is actually pretty strong here. No, and the artist. Trying to catch what that is in reference to. I'm not catching it, but it'll be fine as well. So yeah, let's move on. So this is 2.05. That one's fine. It's good enough. 2.04, which is the full healer. Oh, actually, well, what's 2. No, we skipped 2.05 actually. Oh, this is Eclipse, of course. Yeah, this one's fine. With this, the setup, the only setup that I have that is the correct, like, it's only the skill haste, repair skill 1, and I. No, actually, I do have a full red one, right? I do have a full red one. I think it's on a character though. Actually, no, it's not. It's even here. Oh, it used to be on a character, of course, but it isn't no longer. One of the things I should do is actually, let's have a look at that high-end. I see that other setup now. But that could just slot into here and it would just give up its Wyvern piece. It would be much better to have that Wyvern piece be here and give up the Alps piece. But the question is, do I care enough? Because I'd be willing to especially give up the brand bonus from the Alps here and to have a setup backpack. Because yeah. And I do have a specifically, because yeah, so I think maybe that wasn't clear why these are called half healers. Is because half of their talents are going, well, half of their stuff is going, half of their stats is going towards healing. So it's all repair skill next to skill damage. Because yeah, it doesn't need any skill haste, because all of the Hive skill haste is coming from the BTSU, which has like, it's giving it 60 skill haste. And the turret, of course, doesn't really need it because it's still, even as is here, it's 17.6 seconds before it can go out again. Like, that's fine. But I'm considering now that, and I might actually, I wouldn't keep Wyvern chests anymore. I will actually add that in. All of these also move up a little bit more. So actually this one then moves to here. And then this becomes 2.05. 2.06 actually, right? 2.06, yeah. Chest, Wyvern, Yell, Rep, skill damage. All of this actually can be. Does this work here? No. I was hoping Control-Shift-K would work here as well, but I'll just retype it. I don't want them in caps actually. Scale damage. And Overwatch. Rework to set up backpack. And that shouldn't be a hard farm. Just finding a repair skill, skill damage, Wyvern chest. I'm willing to optimize it, preferably free talentable. Because yeah, nowadays skill build parts and stuff don't survive at all. They're too easy to farm. So basically everything with a yellow core has been tossed at this point. Well, except of course things that have been recalibrated. Because yeah, I have this at the ready as well. This perfectly opportunistic. So this could just slot into it. So yeah, why not? It's not a build I use a lot, but yeah, it is technically an upgrade. Even though I'll actually put that behind it, which is in between brackets, low prio, which is low priority. Yeah. Trying to see which one is this one. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Design wise, make it match. There we go. But yeah, both of the things so far for him are pretty easy. Let me move on to, so yeah, his Eclipse is fine because of course it is. It's an Eclipse. It has stats for those kinds of stuff. So yeah, let's move on to 2.04. So this is a full healer. I don't really know why I keep this around. Actually, let me have a peek at chat. There's a named item called Artist Tool or something asserting I'll be hitting as hard as Hunter. Oh, yeah. Is, you know, you have to keep one of everything. I know plenty of people that keep one of each named. And yeah, those people have to have mules at this point because yeah, you basically can't do that and actually keep a stash around. So this is a full healer. This is kind of nowadays basically useless thing. Basically, FI healers exist and they do enough healing. Like this heals more. This heals a lot more than FI can heal for. It still has empathic, so it's doing some damage buffing as well. It can have safeguard, or actually it's weird that this backpack isn't free talentable. What am I? Do I actually? I don't have a opportunistic backpack one in here, right? That would be crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy. I wouldn't hang on to a Murakami piece, but it's weird that it's actually not free talentable because yeah, I would want to have the opportunity to go opportunistic, but also I wouldn't, right? Like that's the thing. I wouldn't actually do a Murakami. I would use an setup, and then I would need 2 setups because I need one for the other build as well. So yeah, I wouldn't do that because yeah, then the Murakami would move somewhere else. The thing with this one especially is that it's using 2 improvised pieces, and that's because yeah, we're using this repair skill duration from Murakami, which is like the only thing that Murakami is still maybe good for. And then Alps, and then 2 pieces of improvise to basically be 2 more Alps pieces. They basically end up the same. Like imagine this 20 repair skill being up here and being a brand bonus, which is the same like here. And yeah, this thing can heal a lot, especially with safeguard. Like even in DZ, like one of the things is in PvP, the ally repair is reduced by a lot. And if you compare this build's ally repair, which is at 800 in PvP even, at 837, which is basically a red build's worth in 1 tap. And FI doesn't reach that by a large margin. Just because, yeah, this has a ton more skill repair. The one thing that I want to add maybe to this picture is a lefty, because it does actually have a lefty equipped. Because, yeah, there's no reason to be a healer and not have a lefty. And that should actually be there instead of the main weapon. Also, I don't care enough about, well, I mean, it's going for super high heal, so that reformation weapon actually doesn't make, like, it isn't the worst. Also, I only like a week ago, or well, not that, like 2 weeks ago, I found out that Here as well, this is actually in the wrong order, of course, for Reformation as well. Like this is one of the older places where they did it wrong, which is headshots grant plus 30 skill repair. Repair skills. Skill repair on Reformation, but the stat is called repair skills. Like even back then they did wrong, and of course all of the ones in Descent are also named incorrectly now. But yeah, that one's a bit more egregious because yeah, all of them are saying skill repair there. Which, guys, come on. I know it's not the original dev team, but at least come on. There should be a design document somewhere that says which one is skill repair, which one is repair skill. Onto his red build, which is non-glass red build, which is an spotter with contractors and the Cheska piece because it's going for this. It's going for the classic M1A. What does this actually even land on? 59,185, right? Yeah. Curious to see. He should have this. What does this drop down to now? 49,200. Okay. And then if you coyote this actually lands up pretty good. But yeah, with a lot of these builds, I don't. I usually put a coyote basically like I have here, just as an option in the corner. Leaving it up to most players to figure it out for themselves. Because also the expectation of like this build is that somebody else is usually running coyote as well, so it'll just benefit from them passively. And if there isn't, it's still like up to scratch. And yeah, this unhinged usually doesn't get used. I usually swap it to this good times if I'm running it. But it's also not bad because yeah, I can unload it once per room and then move in. It does have a linked laser pointer. Does it have damage numbers? It does. It's actually pretty good. 3.9 mil on a headshot on armor. Because there's also flatline weapons, of course. Let's move on to his glass. Well, let me actually do one thing here. I see that stat block, and I want to have more of it. Especially just having weapon damage. Actually, that weapon damage. But having reload there as well. It's handy. Yeah. And so I'll grab this one. 2.02, a red rifle. Glass. The quintessential, Gen 1. Basically glass. It does have damage numbers. What? Really? Okay. So this is the old build. Like this is from 11K. Even this build picture is from 11K. Like this one's been in there for a while. I kind of know why, likely. Because it is a boomerang weapon. Which is annoying always, because you kind of have to do 4 numbers for it. But I'll just do the boomerang numbers, actually. But what I'll do then is grab the name. So this is ACRSS. I'll grab the boomerang symbol off of the weapon. I'll just do the boomerang numbers. I shouldn't have. Could be on this shoulder and then swap over. Come on, give me a boom. That many... Actually, nah, I want the boomerang numbers. So on the side of the weapon, you can see when the boomerang is triggered, and then the next shot will be a boomerang. And yeah, that one is the crit body shot. The annoying thing is, of course, I want the normal body shot, so... But there we go. Those are going over there. Yeah, I was on the wrong side. So this kind of is the power of glass. 2.1 million. And a million. Although of course these are intermittent. I should have all 8 numbers. Like this doesn't make sense without. Yeah. So yeah, let's have non-boomerang numbers. Who was that? As well, I don't think many people have ACR SSs in their mind as comparison points. So it's kind of harder to like quantify it for themselves. Headshot, right? There they go. Also, I'll just resize everything to be a little bit more large. Have a little bit of space to work here. There we go. And the rest of it is fine. Having some damage numbers there too. Well, actually, let's put in some stats as well over here. So I'll redo that one as well. Rifle. Yeah, these used to be a lot more popular than they are now. Splitting between LMGs and rifles. Because yeah, there was a time when ARs weren't what they are now. And LMGs and rifles were what they are now, basically. And yeah, a lot of people went with the classic M1A. Although, of course, like if you really want to output hard, like nothing beats ACR SS or some of the faster firing ones. Although, of course, you kind of have to get the rhythm down. And even for me, it takes forever for me to get the rhythm down, kind of. But once you have it in you and you've ran it for a few days or something, which some of my buddies used to be really good at, especially with the ACR SS, because yeah, once you kind of get that rhythm down, like that outdoes a classic M1A by quite a lot. And the thing is, a lot of people will go like, you can't keep that on target. And the thing is with it, like you can. Once you're trained with it, once you kind of have it down, like here, 25 meters. Once I'm kind of, I mean, I'm cold now. I've been working on the build collection the last, but Now, of course, these targets are a little bit bigger than a human, and they're not moving. But imagine this is a dog or something. Like I have a few misses in there, but... And yeah, there, for instance, I couldn't go full speed, and that's the thing, kind of. Like, to go full speed, you kind of have to be really close and, like, be really in tune with trying to keep maximum RPMs going. But especially as well, even because of rifles, like, very large ammo size, like, these actually work really well as well, just for ignoring, for instance, the current ammo directive. Like classic M18 does it as well, but like these high firing rates ones as well. There's more rifles, just ignore it. So yeah, that's 2.02. Last one of his, 2.01, which is a Headhunter tip of the spear, and it has basically all the numbers I care about, which is the maxed out Headhunter numbers for White Death, Mantis, and Nemesis. So this one's basically good as is. I'll line these up. They aren't. And likely at some point this got changed to be with this the perfect Headhunter one, as its stat block was a little bit misaligned there and different size. So I'm guessing that was... What's this thing called? Chain killer, of course. Only thing this build needs is also... Let's see. He's the only one that doesn't have a Regulus of his own, right? Yeah. I got damn it, yeah. I only have the graded 21. I want to add a Regulus shot into the mix there, but also I wouldn't run a Regulus with this. I would much rather have a Mantis. Something a little bit more, or Nemesis. Something a little bit more snipery. But the rest of it looks fine, so this gets to stay as is, and that is the homework for today with this bit. That concludes our section of maintenance and such, as I feel I'm good on everything there. Yeah. So tomorrow as well, I'll do character 1, which is the last 16 here. And that one as well should be pretty easy. They should have most of their stuff in order. Mostly because as well, I actually redid a bunch of their builds quite recently. So the Striker is in here. That's been redone recently. Oh, actually today as well, partly for that video that will be going up in a few days on dying more. I reworked the Headhunter, the Hunter's Fury Headhunter, to not be the one that I used to have. That one is actually still down here in the X builds. At least a copy of it is in here. So this is how I used to have it. And I quite liked that version with the Dutch City holster and then forcing me into having basically the Hunter's Fury backpack for convoying. Although I basically hadn't convoyed in a year or so, so it didn't see much use, but I still had it from like back when I did do a little bit of convoying. And mostly there, you wanted to have the Dutch City holster just to start off with, making it super easy sometimes to just get a tap shot out and just get it going. And it was fine, but always also everybody gave me shit about it, because there is a better way, and this is that better way. With either a Douglas and Harding backpack, or for some of the speedrunners that choose the shotguns even more than I do, they go and farm a Badger Tough backpack with weapon handling and headshot and vigilance, which is a unicorn piece, of course, that they then reroll. Latest width from him. Oh, has he put something new out? I actually no. Oh wait, is that why let me actually check Discord for a second. I saw 2 messages come in of people that like usually ask me questions whenever whenever that happens. Okay, yeah, I see it now. But yeah, I haven't looked at those yet. So, but no, I haven't yet, and maybe it might actually be a good round off at the end of the stream. Although, is it bad or is it not too bad?
We apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay, it's crazy. Okay, that fills me with a lot of hope and confidence for it. Can I? Wait, what? Why did it put spaces in it? Isn't it? Really? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, maybe to round out the evening, we'll have a look at that thing. But yeah, maybe. Measured will outperform flatline. Is that like in there? I'm gonna guess then. Okay. Spoiler warning: it won't. He can state it, but it won't. I'll jump us over to having the game in full. Actually, yeah. So I'll move that over to the other browser because I'm going to close this browser window, and it will all go away with it. Otherwise, so yeah, I've saved all of this. So yeah, I've picked 2 changes for the build for builds in here. Both of them will like get done. I have no hurry with them, so it'll be fine. And then yeah, character 1 remains for tomorrow, as this was the maintenance work for today, and I'm pretty happy. The build collection is looking better and better. Each reiteration of maintenance on it. I was considering a build to run today, and I'm blanking now on what one it was, as of course we started talking about a subject. That's what he said. And every time someone says something positive about measured dot, I mean, not dot alone. The thing with measured is it's a talent for a build that does no damage, basically. So you basically should have no damage on the build itself, and then the talent makes sense. But there are so many better options for builds that don't do weapon damage, like a Scorpio, like the Capacitor, Harmony, stuff like that. Like if you like on a skill build, measured would do pretty well numbers wise, but you wouldn't give that up because you have InSync available to you. Like there are, yeah. The perfect one isn't too bad though. Especially on for what's it called, like PvP build with a lot of blue cores. And I always forget. Yeah, you should have really low weapon damage. Well, actually, you should both have no total weapon damage talents, and you should have very low red cores. Which I mean, once you start doing that, then like, why do you have a weapon? Like usually when you're doing that kind of stuff already, like the weapon is already the least important thing. Yeah, that's kind of been my issue with him. Like more the tone than the content. Like the tone of it is flattered stuff. But yeah, his last video, for instance, wasn't even that bad. I said that it's not that bad, but that intro, like, "Ooh, I have the truth. You guys, they're telling you guys lies." Nobody landed on Kennedy College. It was all green screen and stuff, and the rocks were even fake. And here, I have the proof. Yes, I have played somewhat today because I grabbed some footage for for that dying more video. Actually, it's not a legendary mission. I saw our friend Lincoln having gear mods. Although actually, I'm not that interested in 12 gear mods anymore. I'm getting closer and closer to getting that grind basically done to the point where I have enough 12 crits to have every build of my collection be filled with 12 crits. And the annoying thing is, once I get that, of course, I will feel empty and void, and I will have nothing left to do. Looking for Yuzina, of course, as always. Not here. Maybe over here. No. See if this character is actually empty. Should be.
Good to be seeing you.
Yes. But yeah, I'm considering just jumping into some matchmaking for a little bit. Maybe grabbing some weirder builds. And maybe even going in a countdown or two. I haven't done a countdown in a while. So... is it that like thing? Yeah, kind of like that. Like the thing is, like, he doesn't like. I sometimes take that tone, but it's on stuff that I'm quite certain about. And if somebody were to question me on it, I would change that tone on those kinds of things. Or if I like, in some way, felt insecure about them. Like, even if somebody were to question it, basically, I would take it from being confident about it to going like, this is a subject. Opinions are mixed. Here is my opinion. That's how I would deliver something like that. And that's exactly, for instance, in the DPS video or the burst and sustain video towards the end of it. Most of it is basically going to be that tone of these are my opinions, because I know already that the opinions that I have, especially more towards the opinion side of it, at the end of that video are going to be not universal at all. Like, I know, for instance, me and Dot, for instance, and Rossi and Hutchler and stuff, quite disagree on the value that we put on each of the three metrics. Famously, of course, Hutchler and Rossi go 100% on burst DPS, which I know they aren't. Like, they aren't. Not when also... So usually they then mean that to be... versus sustained DPS, especially damage per mag as well is a metric. Damage per mag is a very important metric, and they will agree as well. If damage per mag is in there, they'll go like 80% burst and maybe 20% damage per mag, but they'll still likely get, say, 0% sustain. But I also feel that sustain isn't defined well, and especially for a lot of the speedrunners, I feel they have the wrong idea about it. Or at least not my idea about it. And I'll define my terms. And if they, with the definition that I give, find fault with it, I'm willing to discuss it with them. But likely as well, with the definition that I give for it, they will go like, okay, yeah, in that case, yeah. But we don't think about it that way. And then it's like, okay, but I do. So we're in disagreement, but that's fine. Like disagreeing on like subjects like those is fine, because at the very least, I'm not going there and we're not sitting there going, no, but Optimist is better here, or Strained is better here. We know, like, okay, Strained is better when you have a lot of crit chance and crit damage and you have a lot of red cores. But for instance, there is a whole segment of PvP where Optimist is a lot better because there's a lot of blue cores. Like, there isn't like no discussion on like the easier parts. It's mostly on the like the edges. But yeah, this dude is coming in and going like the middle part is all wrong, basically. I want to do something that my mind is a blank. As I worked a little bit on those guides and stuff, and my mind is still kind of on those. What's the daily for today? Wall Street. Oh, that's why I got Wall Street earlier as well. I'm gonna jump into some matchmaking. I just want to set some stuff on fire after having worked on the build collection. Descent. I'm in descent for quick nemesis right now. Oh yeah, definitely. I wouldn't mind some company indeed. Thursday. But yeah, feel free to let me know when you're done there. And, when it comes so RPM is a factor between strength and optimist, but it's basically it is like a secondary factor. So while it will matter, it's not the most important thing that matters, because both of them kind of work in the same way, and that means that you can basically compare them on their damage. Because the thing is as well, of course, that optimists will remain even if you reload, or no, not when you like stop firing, which you might do, for instance, running from enemy to enemy, for instance, in Summit or something solo. But usually as well, you're gonna reload then anyway. So strain basically doesn't lose its factor there. And RPM, just up to the vector RPMs basically doesn't really alter the outcome. And of course, like the vector is 300 RPM away from like the second option, really, because yeah, it's the only weapon at 1200. I don't trying to remember actually. No, there's no other weapon above 900, right? It's the vectors at 1200, the FAMAS at 900, and that's the yeah, no, definitely, yeah, nothing above 900. And it's basically that jump is needed for Optimus too. And then basically as well, Strength and Optimus still just like line up together. There's also quite often the thing that people will say is like, it doesn't reach its final, like the final stack. On a vector, especially for instance, if you put a vector on a, actually on a vector, it hits 5 basically exactly as the moment with the 53 round vector. With a 45 round vector, it doesn't actually hit the full stacks of it, basically. But that's also not important in that discussion. Like, it is a thing. It is an actual thing for it, maybe. But there, for instance, still, usually on a full red, especially on a Hunter's Fury, that also still has more weapon damage as well with its talent. And if you also, for instance, go with some grading on the weapon used, then they basically still line up at the same value. Like that's how much of like that RPM isn't the main factor. But when they are that close to each other, then Optimus does win, because yeah, it does have that. Like if they're that close to each other, you might as well go Optimus, because yeah, it does carry over between two fights. Basically, if you have two separated fights that aren't like right next to each other, then yeah. But that is a thing that does happen in play, but it's just not as common as to make a difference fully. It's just for those few times that it does happen, then it comes out at. Oh, I lost count on how many waves there were here. That's weird. Where's my hive? Or is that not my hive? That's not my hive. That was a seeker of one of my allies.
An agent has left your group. Another agent has been promoted to group leader.
The group lead leaves.
Another agent has joined.
He had to go back to his planet. Let me see if I missed anything. Someone once said sustain is calculated with 3 lasers of them. Not. It's calculated with reloads. There's no number attached to it. In the same way that burst, for instance, isn't. They're both theoretical numbers. One of them is incorporating the firing time and sustain, or firing time and reload of the weapon as well. But the thing with burst, especially, is that it is active basically on that first magazine. That first magazine, as long as basically you're continuously firing, and then hitting as well. You kind of have to factor hitting in as well, of course, which that's why it's a theoretical number and not an actual number. But if you were to hit all of your rounds for a second, that's your DPS. Like that is your burst DPS. So you can at times hit your burst DPS because sometimes, yeah, you're firing at something big and fat, like a dog for a second, or raid boss for several seconds, and like you're actually doing burst DPS value. The thing with sustain is it's the theoretical lower bound, and that's kind of hard to explain without graphs or without graphics, let's say. And that's also kind of, I think, why a lot of people don't get it. It's basically if you were to keep firing the weapon infinitely, at what number would it land at the bottom? Where would it average out? Because it hits a lower bound number in the end. As I'm hoping somebody goes towards that door at some point. There they go.
Vital signs critical.
But yeah, theoretically, it's dependent on each weapon, but you basically don't hit sustain unless you actually go into infinity. On a long enough timeline, you basically are moving towards your sustain number as you're firing. But so one of the metrics sometimes used is when do you reach within 1% of your sustain? Because after you start reaching those points, like getting close to 1% of your sustain, you're already like firing like for you have to think in dozens of max basically. And then to go from that, usually going from 1% to like the last percent, just because of how averaging out works, will take like basically 3 times as much to go that last percent. Because you're moving basically, it's like that thing in physics where like 2 objects moving towards each other, halving their distance each time. They basically never touch. Now, of course, here we're talking about full numbers. And there they do touch, just because eventually you will get a number that is basically rounded down to match.
Fucking can I?
But the thing what sustain gives you as a number is when you actually are firing multiple mags, you start moving towards your sustain. Now in Division, none of the weapons are that big of a difference between the burst and the sustain. Like most of the weapons as well, when they have high burst, they have high sustain as well. Like because of how mechanically the weapons work in here. Because in other games, you have the option of going for like setups that are super towards sustain or super towards burst. For instance, Eve has that a lot. You have setups that are very much about bursting out and then having a super long reload basically, and setups that are made to fire for hours and hours and hours and hours. And sometimes you need one of them. For instance, if you're like PvPing against another ship, that might not have a ton. Sometimes you're firing at a station, and that may take hours of firing, and then the other setup becomes important. But in Division, you can basically get away by just going everything burst. Like, you'll get away with it, basically. And then only looking back if the weapon has a different failing, usually in damage per mag. Like, that's why vectors kind of work, but then when you take it into 4-man, they don't as well. And then when you take them into, for instance, a raid or something, they really don't work well. As I feel there's another eclipse here, because I saw Pomkium go out. And I see that spreading as well. Actually, even spreading before it. And in a second, I want to give my allies a quick view. Whoa, oh. He's at 13k. What was he firing at me for that long? I was getting fired at, and I was like, I need to get out of here. Ah. It's Sunday, isn't it? Actually, I forgot it's Sunday. It's Sunday. We need some more damage. Actually, we don't need some more damage. We need damage. I feel Heartbreaker will do enough.
Looks like you got True Sun's reinforcements headed your way.
North or south
I'll
side?
grab a Coyote Mask.
Heavier concentration to the south.
With all those gates sealed, the north exit should be closer.
Serious trauma detected.
Why doesn't he have a Kingbreaker? I don't want to push in there because yeah, that wave's gonna spawn still. Also, I'm not stacking the way I should. Man, those does he not have a Kingbreaker? He doesn't have a Kingbreaker, right? No. Because that would be fine with a Kingbreaker on a mission like this.
What a mess.
So that guy is also giving some commentary, it turns out, just to us four though, instead of the way I'm doing it. Wait, actually, did he not even have a ninja? Was that... Yeah, it doesn't even have a ninja. He's running an Eagle Bearer as well. Like, he's done raids. This guy has done raids. Like, if you're ever, like, wondering, like, am I good enough for a raid? Look at that guy, and then go, like... And then stop questioning everything, and just enjoy life. Like, that has been sometimes my thing as well with some of the subjects that I've been talking about in videos of like, do I actually know enough about it to tackle these? Although I'm doing them, of course, as rambling talks and stuff. But then I see like some other people putting out some stuff that I'm like, I don't know whose video it was. I was watching somebody's video that somebody linked me. It was about a build. Like, the build itself wasn't too bad.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So I'm gonna test out my hive.
Agent down.
Let's see. Test is successful. It revived me. I'm gonna give it 3 stars on Amazon after this. Well, 4. Let's say 4. I mean, I know I'm on a Heartbreaker and I'm not top damage, but also, why is there no damage at all in this team?
Agent vital signs.
That heavy was still alive. Oh no, is that the same heavy? Okay. I should have been more cognizant of that.
Agent needs assistance.
This is likely going to be a wipe. Like, with no damage there as well.
Agent down.
There we go.
Ah, flikker op man, dat kan je niet. Dat is onpossible, hè? Dit is not possible.
As that is a Dutch guy. Can I mute him here? Actually, let's actually mute him. As 2 people need to actually release still, which is this guy needs to release still. As yeah, if you're wondering if it's possible to wipe at a boss fight, even with the old DC missions, apparently. Although I, of course, died in a stupid way. Let me grab this. Having a little bit more upfront damage and not having to stack. And seeing as I have 0 teammates, I'm gonna play it as if I don't have any teammates, which is to sit up here and snipe out. Not put myself at any danger. As long as I survive, I can kill everything that spawns here. Although, of course, this is like the slowest way you can do this mission. But also, I've made it so far, I might as well stick around and get completion out of it, because... Oh, that was his backpack. Here we have unhinged once more, outside of descent even. Hello, sir, please die. And I haven't played like this in like forever. Just personal safety over everything is not really my playstyle. Oh, he's not an Eclipse. God damn it. I was like, I'll shoot those things, it'll spread it. But he's wearing 2 pieces of Eclipse, of course, so I forgot about that. Let's finish off this heavy. Because that's how that is done. This camera really is annoying. I really don't have the rhythm down for this classic M1A anymore. Like, I really should spend some time just relearning the M1A. The nice thing, at least, about the M1A is it has like 65 optimal. So even these kinds of shots are still in optimal. Curious to see. So I joined like a room in or something. But of course I was Eclipse for some of it. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I mean, especially I've got a feeling that this is about to happen to me. Which is that my hive is going to go over there. A grenade is going to go underneath my feet. And
Serious trauma detected.
the V button will be held, D will be pressed, and leave group will be hit. Although I was in one room and I was an Eclipse at parts of that. But also, yeah, if through that entire mission you only had 6 kills, like, because they joined like halfway through. They joined before the Vietnam War even, which is like the most kills in that. But yeah, sometimes when you got to carry, you do it like that. You just play as if you have no teammates. Actually, where just yeah. Too bad that you died at Nemesis. So actually, was yesterday or something, I think, with the Nemesis. I had a Nemesis. I hadn't taken any skills. So when you don't do that, they will get random skills. I didn't get any good choices for skills, so I just left them empty. And the Nemesis got healing chem and healing hive. And basically, whenever I even got them halfway down or something, I also didn't have good talents and stuff. I didn't get a good exotic talent or really good damage talents. And I basically couldn't kill them before they would come up and just... and like the hive would land somewhere where I couldn't shoot it and they would stick in it. And I, in the end, just gave up. And like I ran out of AR ammo by the end of it and just released. Why do I only have one directive on? That's weird. So actually, yeah, I'll take directives off all the way. Because, yeah, if I'm matchmaking and stuff, that's even easier. As yes, I'll jump into one more matchmaking. As yes, that police, I hadn't noticed that before, but this police M4 is a little bit policey. Like, why is it like they have the model? Like this model exists in this game. Why is this one looking as if it's like 2 polygons? I mean, the reason is because, yeah, they don't want to have that full poly thing in here. But yeah, also those shotguns are very low poly. So are these magazines. Well, texture especially as well. But yeah, that M4, especially like that handle, it looks very chunky. Like a lot more chunky than our real ones. Oh, did they actually? I mean, yes, that sounds about right. I'm gonna hop into another heroic, unless Toasty, if you're actually interested, we could maybe run together as well. And at least there's 2 competent people in the team. Well, let's say 1.5. I'm a little sleepy, turns out. But then yeah, then we get to choose the mission ourselves. Well, then between the 2 of us, there's 1 competent one then. Because yeah, I'm also not up to full competency as yeah, I was. I don't know if I was the first to die in that boss fight, but I did die in that boss fight in a very stupid way actually, which is dying to a heavy. A heavy that I just broken myself and then left alone because I was like, he'll die to stuff. Like I transition to other thingies. If you're up for it, let's first off hit Wall Street, I feel. I'll start moving us there. As it is the daily project thingy. Although I could have fast traveled directly to Wall Street there. I took us to Haven here. And also, if there's maybe anybody else on PC that wants to join us, I'm opening up that option if you are interested in running Wall Street. But yeah, otherwise we're going to matchmake just for an heroic with just a few directives, likely just these 3. So I'll jump over to that. And I'll give that a minute just to, if anyone is interested. And if they aren't, once we do these first room, I'll open it up to matchmaker.
Remember, you're only here for Dragov, but if you find his supply depot, raid it.
As they are Toasties on a very good looking striker, of course. With great 20s even on these 2, which these are just for looking good. But yeah, if you're running that build a lot, then it's a prestige thing to do. Yeah, if you're interested, Muddy, I would need your in-game name to invite you, if you're willing to give that in the chat. Okay, let me know when you're fully in, and I'll have the /invite at the ready already, and then I'll press enter when you're in. Yeah, I have the same thing. I have a few of like most of the things I don't have them up to 20, but I have a bunch of exotics at 11 or 5, mostly just because yeah, I'm spending those resources on them just to have them for this memento as well, like at 11. But yeah, I'm spending most of mine more on weapons, but yeah, it depends kind of on how many builds you kind of use and stuff. Oh, as I see, FI has come out. Red FI. But yeah, let's maybe get started on this room and then Actually, they are ready as well, so I'll send them over. Yeah, 11. Well, if you have resources, like for me, I don't have watch alts on my main account. Oh, as I missed my cam, and they died before the second one, of course. A little bit cold, it seems, on fire cams. There we go. As Toasty was ready to door camp there, but then they come out the second that he left, of course.
Under attack. It's the division.
Sell the gate.
But yeah, here it's two-man scaling, and two-man scaling is decently easy. Although, of course,
An agent needs assistance.
I'll go. But yeah, I was a little bit late with my fire as I was catching that last wave.
Vital signs critical.
This should be salvageable, so it's just this last wave. Rager's triggered. Toasty's even in a spot where we can res him. Or actually, he will get reset, it seems. Once a wave completion happens.
But answer me this: are you guys blind or just in?
Ah, that explains it.
Try hitting.
I was about to guess like likely Toasty's having invisible enemies, and he confirms it there because yeah, he had enemies behind him in a position that usually like, and Toasty has pretty good awareness.
Agent down.
So I'll get money back into the game. And yeah, especially on my alt account, for instance, as well. Now I have a lot of stuff at grade 11. Because yeah, I do have watch alts there, so weapons up to 10, a lot of them. Gear to 11. I'll open it up to matchmaking as well. Get out of port, get the most loot out of it. As I hear that chest's already being opened, so my allies know about it. As we get
Is now in your group.
the master of the Decepticons, Megatron.
I need you to see to it personally.
On it.
Let's see if I can land the chem.
Get that stockpile, Agent.
I can't.
Everything you can from them is something they can't send to Keener.
Turns out.
Fuckers are
There we
in
go.
supplies.
That's a chem.
What it takes. Take them out.
Reaching to the stockpile now.
Hostiles incoming. Hostiles approaching.
Just waiting for the fire to leave us there. Putting my hive on the right side, putting myself on the left side.
Hostiles approaching.
See about keeping Toasty to get that one. We might be able to get all 5 before the last wave spawns, but nah, this is the boss wave already, so
Hostiles incoming.
it's not worth it usually to get those crates that fast. If we got that before this wave spawned, we would have 1 wave less, but now we'll have like the same amount of waves anyway that we're gonna have. Because there's 1 more wave after this one, unless they get it really quickly, which I don't think you can actually get it as quickly. Actually, no. Or we already had that wave after the boss, although I feel I would have seen it.
Stockpile's lost. No response from Duchess.
Fuck! They killed Duchess? I want them dead. Make these assholes suffer.
I'm gonna leave my hive behind there. I'm gonna start getting set up to...
Hostile forces incoming.
to get that wave as they spawn, and then also get the elevator after they spawn. Although actually, yeah, usually spreads upstairs. No heavy in here, so everything will die.
Hostiles nearby.
I get a feeling we're with that other guy is an Eclipse as well, as I see foam happening here. I'm curious to actually see what he actually is, and what he think he was going to do against those enemies. As I'll quickly as well check our friend's Muddy here. And yeah, that is an interesting setup at the very least. And yeah, for the next fight, I'm gonna swap over to being a red, because we need more damage. That much is clear here. Especially, as well, there's another Eclipse already, so 2 Eclipses don't really line up well. For that, I want to have all my chem charges, so I can swap that over as well. So I'll likely not use any more chem charges. I'll use a few grenades if need be.
Regroup at the
But we actually, yeah, we're at that point.
It's time to take back control.
Careful, Agent.
Gonna grab the red already. I'll grab the same
Rush this.
spotter red. Is actually spotter is kind of useful here, as they spawn all around. Well, pulse especially. It's annoying that he targeted me. Usually he doesn't, as I do some horrible shooting. As they're going from Eclipse to a red is always a little bit jarring. Actually, I should do it with this. It's much easier. Yeah, this back is shootable from here, although is the back gone already? Is it just the left side? Oh, it's just my side. Oh, it's this thing. Yeah. Because I thought it was already gone, but it wasn't. I'm going to get the chest back here. Don't think my allies got it, actually, so... yeah, there's a chest back here. Although what I could do here is, instead of this AR, or instead of this rifle, you just slot in an AR.
Dragov is holed up in the exchange.
And be a lot more easier for me.
Able to gain access from the
Linked laser.
across the street.
This becomes a Providence piece. This becomes a Coyote's mask, because why not? Curious to see what he swapped to, actually. Oh, he's still Eclipse. He just swapped skills. Because I used to have foam earlier on. But now he's with a fire sticky.
Blow this shit! Let's fuck him up!
Yeah, Spotter Red still does good damage. I got strikers outclasses these by a lot nowadays, but they still do work. And the next wave doesn't spawn till we go over, so I'm waiting for they spawned on the right side. It's actually pretty rare for them to mostly spawn over there. Oh, yeah. It's gonna grab the flame rounds, but of course with the ongoing here, that's not gonna work. Gonna grab the secondary into being this. Into a good times, and we'll have some good times. As I'm gonna go do something that actually you will see me do again in a few days in a video, which is dying more. Although actually, well, the video is about dying more. Here I'll hopefully not die more. I don't really have a shot on those guys. But yeah, my allies do. Yes, Toasty is in Regulus mode. I'll go help him. Well, he has the helmet off already, actually. As our ally went in, but I'll go loot first. Because of course I will. And yeah, crossover. Go be up here. Curious to see actually what specialization the Eclipse is. Oh, they are survivalists. Okay. Because I was getting decently high numbers on when stuff was on fire, which yeah, led me to believe there's a survivalist in the team. And that belief was correct, turns out. Rogues. Yes, I'll swap over to being PFE for that fight. And just guaranteeing completion. This guy as well has the Striker PFE, which is one of the better ones.
They can't touch us. Show me what you're made of.
It kind of depends where they spawn. They spawned right back. Actually, oh, they spawned right close, actually. We didn't know they could spawn there. Haven't seen that before, I feel. Gonna give them a second to get some skills out. There's also one on the left here. Considering going for that guy, but also no. I'll just push into these guys. Get this one off the minigun and then double back. This is with the Striker chest, so 200 stacks is where I'm going for. One has gone behind us. I'm gonna double back for that because not when they're getting dragged over. Our ally was running away more than that guy. So as I'll go and face tank these guys a little bit. Some damage on that one. Get the damage on this one. Keep them facing me.
Hostile fixer drone detected.
Letting my allies do all their things. The last one is basically our other ally really wanted to solo him as an Eclipse with fire, apparently. Because yeah, the thing they should do is just bring them back to your allies. Like if you're singled out like that, just drag them to your allies. Don't run away like this guy has done, forcing us to come back all the way here.
Rogue agent eliminated.
But likely they just panicked and just ran. Once we enter here, we go into the boss fight. So before we do that, I'm gonna go glass. I'm gonna grab our AR here. Just he has a FAMAS. Could go Heartbreaker as well, actually. So Toasty's in the middle there. I'll go take over here. And the thing you kind of want to do here is spread the damage, the damage dealers around. I'm not going to assume that the Eclipse will get the extra wave. I'm going to assume he's just going to go after the bosses. Because, yeah, the thing for the Eclipse to do here is very much to go after after the side waves. But he's already used his fire cam there on these. Yeah, they're spawning in the back there. So I'm going to go over here. And this is what you want to do. So Toasty's in front of them. I'll take him from the side. And basically, if all three reds were in different positions, or if you had three reds and they were all in different positions, so here I'm forcing him to face me. I'll shoot. He's facing me. I'm gonna shoot other stuff, because and then once he faces them again, I'll start shooting him again. Yeah, still one waved him, which is. With just one spawn wave across from us, basically. If that was with DTOC, I would have kept it. I need a TKB, but one with DTOC and free talentableness. But yes, they got the things to open the chest back there, and together with that, the extra loots. Oh, this is double daily even, I see now. Because it was also the Season Pass project, but it's also this project of capturing CP and doing 3 activities. So, yeah, we should actually maybe finish that one as well. So this is accessible now. And we'll go over here and first shoot this one.
An agent is no longer in.
That was a miss. And then this one. So the annoying thing about these only is that they are, if we get targeted, because the mission is completed, it'll be targeted from the zone, not from the mission. And so yeah, we have 5 crates there, and then we have 5, we had 5 crates here, and then 5 crates at the end of the mission as well. Did you get the ones in the back room as well already, Toasty, or have you done this mission already today in that character? I'm gonna assume he's done it already, but yeah, he would otherwise he would have opened that. Like that's kind of then the obvious thing there. Yeah, they have looted this already today. And yeah, so in there they're shooting one that opens that door. We'll get this one upstairs here. And yeah, this makes, for instance, Wall Street a really good mission for just extra loots. Although, of course, yeah, all of these are with chests, so they're not likely to give you targeted often. Oh, as we come right into a spin. I'll go. I said Toasty going back, so I'll go deal with our front. And we got 100 carbon fiber there. If you guys are up for it, because yeah, for the daily as well, we can if we just hit a CP and one more activity with it, we can get that done. And we could just go for that CP. Although of course we need to just fast travel to the, or we could go for that one as well. Yeah, let's go for the southern one. I agree with that one. We'll hit it while the thing is coming in as well, the elite convoy. Although likely I will swap off this glass. Let me see what I have else on this character. Might grab something a little bit more weird. Or I'll likely just grab the negotiator technique and just breeze through it a little bit. Actually, yeah, I'll just grab the negotiator technique. Let's not overthink this. They're going this way.
Detected.
I'm gonna swap my backpack and grab Elmo. So this is very much from the front, making it a little bit harder to reach in. Because yeah, usually I go more from the side there. It's a little bit handier to sneak inside at least. Yeah, I'll go be a little bit close range, so I'll go a little bit far and then engage. I'm gonna take a hard right here. Take the long way around. But yeah, I'm ready when you guys are. Somebody wants to take the first shot. Yeah, I was assuming indeed that there will be a 50 going off and being the first shots. I'll sneak up here and just harass them from this side. One thing here as well, we could kind of spawn camp them here, but that's actually not a useful thing for me to do here. Mostly I'll grab some of the reinforcements here and keep them busy, letting my allies deal with whatever's down there. As I'll get out of here because my shield is eating up those healing charges, which isn't really helping anyway, so. The boss is heavy as he blinds me. I'll go deal with whatever's here. Off with their heads.
Control point secured. Well done.
Yeah, the defense here is always annoying because they spawn sometimes from very, very far away. But yeah, I'm ready when you guys are. Grabbing the last pieces of loot. I'll follow them.
Reinforcements incoming.
And yeah, spotted drone goes up, so that helps as well.
Incoming hostiles detected.
From them not being on the minimap, or on the minimap on the upper left, they're likely spawned on the far right, which is one of their spawn points. Yeah. Meaning they take forever to get over here, but also, yeah, I'm not going to push too far into them because, yeah, usually when you do, then they spawn on the other side. But yeah, we see some TAC 50s going out towards them. And they've spawned over there now.
Broadcast picked up.
As the camera leaves us, but I'll fix that right after this. And yeah, that's still one of those things that I really want to get, which is the adapter for, for this specific camera. But the old ones are actually annoyingly hard to get. Our allies have pushed them back, and they're stuck all the way back there now. So I will push into them. Even though I'm out of optimal here, but yeah, I don't want to push in too far because I don't want to run all the way back. Although it seems we have to because, yeah, our allies are pulling them away. So I'll go chase this wave down and... where's that? The... NPCs fighting NPCs will run away from each other a lot, which is annoying. But yeah, I've marked all 3 of them, and I'm gonna kill that one, and then that one will die. I'm unsure if that one is actually from the CP. They likely are. And the last wave also spawned here, it seems. I really don't know the spawn here. Oh no, they spawned from the... okay. It says we get to have a long run back.
I'll move down the side.
Hostile broadcast detected.
As I likely will aggro this. Yeah, those guys as well. Heavy boss. That's unlucky. We got 2 heavy bosses. I'm gonna mark some stuff and then start working on the boss. I'm trying to mark some stuff. That was one thing I kind of want to test. Because I noticed that a few times in Descent, where like they spawn opposite of each other, is that when this heavy, the Riker heavies, do their blind, it seems to actually also like blind their their allies. But it doesn't happen so often, or isn't noticeable as much. I'm gonna start this one as well, actually. Let's do this because we need one more activity as well. Yeah. So might as well have it be this one. Or started a part of it already. Although I'm guessing Toasty has already done it because he already had Wall Street done and had one of the CPs done, so. I'll grab the key.
Detected.
I'll attach the button.
Progress halted. Manual override required.
Who built this city?
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Progress resumed.
Let's see which way they spawn. Other side. It's gonna let them come to us. Surprising they're taking this long. Yes, yeah. Just need to resupply something here, which we have the option of doing now. So grabbing all the resources along the way as well. Money there, it is 50. I have this one on my world. I'll come back towards the end of it and fill them up. So grab a med pack, seeing as I lost one. I actually didn't have any directives in the world, which we could have had. But yeah, we were in mission mode before. I'll track that thing on screen so I don't forget to come back later and finish that thing off. Are you guys interested in doing anything specific? Because otherwise we could just bang out a few missions, I feel. That'll be fun thing to do. Especially if I get to Eclipse a little bit, because I keep getting pushed off of the Eclipse role by others joining. Is there anything else good on missions here? Yeah, I'm gonna jump over to Haven as well for a second and clean up this character and see if there is anything in particular that we want to go after, or if we just go pick one at random basically to run. Double punch right there.
Hey, Agent, you looking to...
Oh, if you guys are interested in some mods, I don't mind some Lincolns. Yeah, let's first off then I'll take us over to DC side first. Actually, I'll take us to Lincoln. Yeah, let's go do at least a Lincoln and maybe several Lincolns if you guys are interested. Because Lincoln is very much one of those missions I've done a billion times at this point. Oh yeah, let me fix up my camera as well as that. That's actually been a while. The downsides of using tech that isn't made for the purpose that I'm using it for, which is a DSLR cam, just because I own several of those, so I thought might as well use one of those. Because yeah, I do not own a webcam. I could go and get one of those maybe as well. That would be maybe a lot easier than the way I'm doing it here. And yeah, if you guys are up for it, we could do it with 5 directives. Or 4 if you guys don't like the ammo one especially. But especially the skill one I can very much deal with as an Eclipse. So you guys have the options of some reddish builds. Because yeah, those DA or DHC is on a Regulus. So briefly actually, so the mods here are repair skill then? Oh, okay, so they're stacking status effect and repair skill. Which is a way of ongoing. I very much prefer like the damage version, but a support can be useful. But the issue is usually you need good players to support, and as we have seen today, that is not always a given with some team members that you can get. Depends a little bit, of course, if you are like playing in dedicated team. As my hair just doesn't want to not poof up. There we go. Is it the crit chance, crit damage version, or is it okay? Yeah, glass. Yeah. But yeah, this is a raid setup. We usually call it, where you basically take a lot of crit chance and crit damage into it. Your weapons stay pretty effective, your main two weapons, and then you can just pull out the Regulus and one tap stuff if need be. But here as well with the classic M1A there, ammo wise, because the only annoying room is basically the first two rooms. And afterwards, after the first two rooms, there's basically an ammo crate in front of each room. So that one's not too hard.
Agent has joined your group.
And one thing that is likely to happen with a lot of people joining us is that they'll join and leave because a lot of people are very afraid of 5 directives. But yeah, I think we're all ready. Are we all ready?
True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
I'm gonna hit left. The only thing I have to kind of remember is to very much not hit my...
Serious trauma detected.
How did I not have a health gate yet?
Agent down.
Like we were waiting there for like half an hour. I'm gonna crawl up here just so I can see what is happening here as I'm getting done. Because as I was expecting to hit a health gate, I think Toasty had the same. Both of us were kind of expecting health gates, but no health gates were given, and that's just because we were fast traveled here and we were inside of the like close enough to a mission boundary that it didn't give us our health gate back. Just gonna foam him with that backpack if I get it, but actually he's already good.
Got a visual on it.
Oh yeah, thank you for joining, Palmek, and enjoy your night, and
Between you. It looks closed.
good luck with work tomorrow.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Just to see actually what. So this guy is still this hardwired. So he's hardwired with a turret, with a drone and a hive. That's a weird setup. As Toasty there is showing the power of the Regulus. We do get ammo here, and then for every other room we here get some more. And yeah, I'm gonna take the route I always take, which is upstairs here. So I won't have my hive in a second, of course. That's fine. I'm gonna toss a grenade there. Once this wave spawns, I'm gonna follow it up with a fire cam first, give it a second. Then I'm gonna in sync and a refire. Because yeah, that way there's basically a way of extending fire duration. That wave. As only these heavies will kind of be this one and the boss one later on. And that's mostly because yeah, we don't have anything that deals direct damage.
All clear.
But that's also fine, it's just 2 bosses.
Clear.
That can't be all of them. Check the interior.
Oh, I should crossbow them.
to maintain the perimeter.
What am I thinking? You just crossbow. As yes, we're all looking for maxed out mods most likely. And 13 PFEs are always in high demand, of course, and so are 12 crits and 6 crit chances, all those kind of beauties. Actually, flame grenade on the left. Just so I catch them all, guaranteed.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned them
I'm gonna go
into
get the key
a base.
chest.
There's an area beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
Bunch of components and loots. But yeah, older missions like this, even Lincoln, which has a decent amount of crates for a short mission, they don't really compare to the New York ones or
DC-62.
Conley's or stuff like that.
Isaac
Conley's,
just
ponies.
We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those.
I mean, Conley's mission and Stranded Tanker as well. But oh, I did the stupid reload, which is just reloading and forcing myself to go from empty. And I'm waiting for the last guy to join us as well, and off we go. Also, curiously, I believe he had a BTSU, right? I feel we haven't had a supercharge yet. And then here, I'm gonna wait for this wave to spawn. What'll happen now? Once the door opens, I'm gonna in sync and then send in a chem. Because yeah, basically the same thing, refiring them. Because yeah, they fire spread to them that was with very short duration. So I don't know what I should do here. Yeah, gonna get the shot off well. But yeah, crossbowing their helmets. That's what I should do with those heavies. And one more over here as well. Yeah, one of the things I kind of want to do, and likely will do, when I do the run with the third account,
That should keep them from being able
is actually in the missions, kind of make a count of how many crates are in every mission. And then maybe later on as well, follow it up by going through and also getting all of the resources and stuff for it. But especially how many lootable crates are per mission is something I feel would be maybe a handy thing to have. As it all spawns from one door, and that means that we get to very easily kill them all.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you.
And so we grab the back chest there.
I'll make sure you rot down here.
And what always annoys me is that there's a bunch of crates here as well that we can't loot because they're crates that look exactly like gear crates, but they aren't, so we don't get to. As they all suddenly find themselves on trampolines. Actually, my allies will push in very deep. just gonna wait out the duration and then set the French one. And very much gonna catch them. And no polarity here, so I don't even have to like do polarity work. I'll just blow off the chest.
Good work. Go on ahead back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
And actually, if you guys are interested, we could do another run of here, just a speed runny kind of run. Because yeah, we don't have to loot anymore, so we can go a lot faster. I mean, we don't have to loot chests. We can still grab our own loot. If we're not gonna go full speed run mode.
I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure.
Because that wasn't the fastest, but I feel it was pretty decently fast.
Eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
Curious to see what our time was actually.
A lot of lives today.
Gonna make the run downstairs because yeah, I have those flame rounds. But yeah, even there, our time was like 10 minutes. Yeah, Toasty cleaned up on kills. Very much so, of course, yes. The Regulus trampoline is very strong.
Agent, we got some intel suggesting Black Tusk's business in a bunker. I've marked it on your map.
Oh, let's have a warhound over there. I'm gonna pop off his chest. And actually here in the open world, we don't have cool skills or anything, so I could actually put my hive underneath him. There's a heavy on the other side as well. That is actually not aggro to me, so maybe we just leave him. I think he's aggro to my allies. There was another heavy. I don't see him anymore. Oh, there it is.
Agent down.
Toasty is testing out his hive once more. Let's set that guy on fire. And yeah. Oh, did he drop loot? God damn it. I'm not gonna run all the way over there. It's fine. There was no loot. I didn't see anything. Did you guys see anything? I didn't see anything. No loot dropped. As yeah, once more with 5 directives. Whenever you guys are ready.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the
Stand as well. Instead of just setting the left side on fire only, I'm gonna do that. And then fail to do that, but then do it still. But then a little bit late. There's a heavy on the right already. Oh, that didn't work out for me. I need to set this wave on fire. I was way too focused on that heavy.
Agent incapacitated.
What got me? The heavy? It was the heavy.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Should be its helmet. Infinite heavies. Should be its helmet again. Surprised we haven't seen a full mod yet. Although yeah, they can be rare. Actually, I do want ammo. In we go. This guy might survive a little bit. Should have actually aimed at him. he's not important. So we got in-sync fire going. That was the helmet.
All clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
As all we're searching for is a chevron in these targeted. Yep. So I'm looking at Discord and not paying attention to where I'm going. Actually, I didn't even look, but I'm curious to see actually what that hardware guy is adding into this fight. I'm gonna guess nothing, really.
An agent needs assistance.
I'm gonna send a cam over there, and I'll go get him. This guy is still hardware, right?
Damn it.
And he's basically all he is a drone with with a waveform. Yeah. And he has the chest and backpack of hardwired, so that when he deploys his drone, he will get one charge on his hive. And actually, yeah, he doesn't have a BTSU, and the BTSU would actually be very useful to him and everybody else as well with a supercharge. But I'm overthinking it.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Let's get another heavy. This really is Heavy's Anonymous here. I try to get that out. Although I should just go focus on this wave that spawns in a second. To help out. There we go. That Heavy is still alive. Need to catch that wave first, and then I'll go help with this Heavy. Oh, in the same room. That was it, right? Yeah. As yeah, Heavy's very much become our nemesis.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Another Heavy. We really are getting like the worst Heavy RNG. I'll catch that wave. Although Toasty's there as well and basically has it. Same spot. Last wave as well. Same spot. You'll need to have a step back there, Toasty or Chikorin. Well, you all are now. There we go. The boundary doesn't reach all the way to the door, because that would make too much sense. Yeah, one of the interesting things, especially for instance with, well, with the Scorpion, for instance with the Scorpion, but specifically with the Scorpion, is that it's actually shared between
Good work.
players.
Go on and head back up.
So
Team from the campus.
when you have multiples in a group, you do actually reach that 7 like more consistently. Like there we had it basically on every named. Just because 2 people are Scorpioing. And it's good that they did do that. That it's basically a debuff on the enemy that people can share as well basically on.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Cass.
And yeah, I'm curious to see what that hardware has been adding into these fights.
Thank you.
As we have them here. So the extra long loading screen there, of course.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sun's infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
So I'm waiting for that mission completion for a second. Because yeah, I kind of want to see what he's been adding in. And the answer is absolutely nothing, of course. Because at least, at the very least, Muddy is helping buff us and stuff by a lot. I'm gonna do a... I'm gonna give him like we're gonna add in a friend and thank you for your service, but we're gonna kick you now for because we're gonna get a friend in here, and that friend is just gonna be someone matchmade as well. But if we have one more person that is a little bit more damaging with us, this can go a lot faster than we are currently going. Though it seems those Tiamadi didn't accept that one for some reason. Oh well. Because yeah, we do have majority vote, so we can actually kick him. Although now we can't for another few minutes.
An agent has left your group.
There, it just took a minute. That was weird.
Vital signs critical.
I'm trying to see where this last Black Tusk is. Is it really this guy? Actually, that's a hard shot. You even see it. There's a mini tank on the left as well, so watch out for that. Oh, there's drones coming in as well from the right. Oh, there's a whole extra war zone over here. That's already is aggro to me. Okay, what? Intercepting her. Yep. Luckily, LMGs, when they're sitting down, they're easy targets. And yeah, we have a ton of enemies all around. And we have finally killed everyone. I'll start matchmaker here. Yeah, hopefully we get another good red with us. That would be handy. instead of that hardwired, which was really not doing anything. Good enough.
Another
Better
agent
than
is
what we
in
had.
your group.
They have a tardigrade as well, which helps tremendously, of course, except meh.
We need you
In we go.
Memorial and remove the True Sons forces.
Set the left on fire with a bounce.
Sons will be direct
Cross
target
over.
campus.
Set the right on fire with a bounce. Set her on fire once more. And get a fire going over there.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the
Did we
memorial
not get a heavy, or did he just
compound.
instigate?
There's a gate between you.
Huh, seems we didn't get a heavy.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
So usually with a 4-man, you do. I think we all expected somebody else to touch that, but none of us did in the end. Is that bounce weird? That's also not going to reach that one. Apparently the other person in the team as well is knows who I am, apparently, as he professes himself to be a subscriber, which yeah, I find quite funny in the like that there's people recognize. I still don't kind of know how to usually deal with that. I'll give him an answer in a second once we're a little bit not in direct danger. See that heavy? Actually, no, I shouldn't. I should get this wave. Yeah, so I was setting up to crossbow that heavy, but I really should catch this wave first. Gonna wait out till the fire goes out. Oh, that heavy is that heavy is still active. I was curious what was out of chems. I'll send one here. I have one again. I get the feeling that our red buddy has gone something non-red as well now. Oh, something's still alive. There's one in the over there. That one. That one's still alive.
All clear. I repeat.
He isn't. Update. He is no longer alive.
That can't be all of them.
He did armor break me though, so he was a bastard. So, giving that guy a hay. He's likely Eclipse as well. Is that what is happening here? Oh no, he's just has... No, he's still that same build actually. Just didn't recognize those skills starting out. I'm a little bit late here, but I'll catch up by setting that wave on fire, moving on to him, and then doing...
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access data on this location.
And in we go.
I don't know what you're walking into.
Jump over here. The even shorter route.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those
We're all here, so we can go in instantly.
True Sons escape with those. You've got to find a way to close up that tunnel.
Anyhow, I was low on chems, but that's been luckily solved, mostly. Actually, my fire didn't reach, but I'll catch this wave. It's only really heavy in that group anyway. They spawn from the left side. Just gonna do that. Set that heavy on fire just so there's a effect on him.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from the control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
I'm setting up for that wave. I'm actually out of chems. But I have flame grenades, just in case. Yeah, it's a good thing there's no friendly fire, because that would have also been all my allies that were cooked.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you. You flood yourself with
I'll use a flame grenade here. Oh. Names, of course, are too smart and don't step in it. But at the very least, it stopped them in its tracks. Yeah, once the backpack is off, he can't actually go immune, even though he did the animation there.
Good work. Go on ahead back.
The status symbol above his head went through that.
The memorial.
But he can't actually go immune, which is nice. Yeah, also likely that will be my last run for the evening. Then likely for like the last hour-ish here. I'll watch that. I'll watch that guy's video.
If you hadn't stopped
and
I know they would have used those weapons on us.
give my live thoughts on it.
I can't tell you how.
Curious to see what's in there. Might as well watch it all together.
Dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives
As we
today.
all give our GGs. I'm gonna jump over to the White House and briefly just only clean this character up, and then I'll be dropping group and then actually, does this already work? Yeah. Then we'll go and watch whatever no one in particular has had to say. As actually my inventory is completely empty, as I apparently got no rewards, end of mission rewards at all. Yeah, the nice thing with those five directives runs is, yeah, they're basically a level and a little bit each run, just from the end of mission thing. A level and a half, basically, if you count all the kill XP and stuff as well. And also actually there, I'm curious to see how fast we did it. It was in 8 minutes 41, which for 5 directives is pretty good. And yeah, and Toasty very much, of course, doing the majority of the work, and us other ones supporting him as much as possible.
Nice doing business with you.
As I thank you very much to you, Toasty, and to you, Muddy. I'm gonna hop off this group and
You have left the group.
actually deconstruct all of this. Make sure that I've actually deconstructed all of it.
Here to check something out?
There we go. As yeah, I'll briefly set this up and make this ready. As if you guys are interested, we're gonna go watch this thing. The game can leave, of course. And actually, I will actually exit the game just so it doesn't make sounds. Because the video game makes a lot of sounds. Make sure I've done everything I kind of want to do, which I kind of did. I'm briefly gonna move Discord over there. Yeah, I hope you guys are interested a little bit in this because I am. So I'll drag you guys along if you are interested. So yeah, free. Actually, I want to read the description, and I'll minimize this just to see it. It's got to consider fact and how facts are based on faulty calculations. Okay, I love that this guy still thinks that he can talk about any calculations. Like he doesn't even know how to like show his results without like with numbers next to them. So.
Welcome to Division Analysis.
All right, that's yeah. I was thinking about that already, which is that it's likely way too soft. So I'll turn it up a little bit already because it's already soft for me as well. We shall all find out together. And yeah, let me know if the balance is decent between my voice and his voice. I've turned it up. Actually, I should turn it up even more. Turning it all the way to there.
Fog. The last video rattled a few cages and ruffled a few feathers.
Like, why would that even be a thing that you're proud of? Oh, I ruffled some feathers. Okay. The only thing that you ruffled was just us going like face palming. Like, yeah, you ruffled our feathers because we were face palming so hard that, yeah, our feathers got ruffled.
I'm not going to stop. Let's go.
At least that intro was more like okay.
So we pick up where we left off. In the last video I showed you the difference between this build with all red core.
Also, I'm just going to point out this isn't the optimal setup. Like the optimal setup is, if he had watched my video, he would know with a group of, or a third piece providence there.
Slowly reducing the number of cores all the way down to 0, and then the difference in time to kill. People lost their minds, thought I was cherry picking, and
no, nobody lost their minds at that part. People lost their minds at the way that you're trying to prove it. Like, it is an insane way to do it.
Clearly thought that I was going to stop there. Let's put the cherry picking ideas to rest. Let's have a look at everything else. Red enemy, headshot only, total difference. So
this is a red enemy. You're cherry pick, like this is cherry picking. This is bias. Like, okay, and yes, 0.14 second difference here. What is it on? What is it on Lieutenant Gray? What is it on Boomer? I'm already also going to move him up to 1.25 speed because yeah, he talks way too slow.
0.14 seconds. Now let's take it up a notch. Red enemies, body shots only. Total difference, 0.14 seconds. Now we're moving to veteran enemies.
Again, veteran enemies. You asshole. All your numbers are based on solo play. That you have to add that in. Like scaling is an actual fucking thing that exists. You asshole.
For this, I have adjusted the armor percentage for the veterans. They now sit at 56% armor, 44% health. And I've done this for every enemy type. Adjustments to the damage being done based on the enemy that we're targeting. The results? A difference of 0.49.
Half of a second. Do you know how long that is in an engagement? If once you start adding in a few of these, you will go from killing them before they kill you to dying to them. Like that's the whole point of glass. Like you kill them before they kill you.
In 4 seconds. An additional 90% added weapon damage resulted in 0.494 seconds.
Wait, but the time to kill here is like... Well done, you asshole.
Now let's go to real cherry picking and the best case scenario. Elite enemies, body shots only. Here you have the results.
Like here you have the results. Like it's 7/10 of a second.
7 seconds. So at this point, it's probably a very good time to remind you that this is the difference of 90% added weapon damage. The difference between an all red build and an all blue core
only, you asshole.
Build. 58% burst DPS difference.
This is average damage. This isn't burst DPS. Burst DPS is not this metric alone. This is average bullet damage. You don't have burst here.
Only on elites and only body shots, 0.777 seconds.
Again, this is like... But the point he's trying to make, of course, here is that it's insignificant. First off, these are solo. So he needs to add this. He needs to add this at the start of this. Elite enemies, solo. Because not everybody is playing the solo. Like you can, of course. A lot of people do play solo. I play solo a lot. But I'm not going to go around metricing the... Because once you add this into 4-man, the number that he has there is going to go up to like 1.8 seconds maybe or something. Basically, they have double the amount, almost. More than even. In 4-man, so it's like let's say it's 2 seconds. 2 seconds on every elite. Imagine that. Like 2 seconds more on every elite. You will die. You will wipe on those elite waves. Like that is the difference that it does make. Like this isn't an insignificant thing per enemy. This is a huge humongous thing because you're adding basically from there as well. He's basically adding a third. Even more than a third in killing time. Because percentually, you have to look at it as well as percentually. So there's already like, he's adding basically another 33% in killing time. Yeah, and yeah, especially in groups. Like in groups already, this number is already 2 seconds. Like they get, they scale per difficulty and per group. And again, also, legendary enemies where you're like 3 seconds going to have 3 seconds difference, 4 seconds maybe difference between these not having red scores.
Say that 0.7 of a second matters.
Wait, what does it say?
0.777 seconds. Now there will be people who will come out of the woodwork and say that that 0.7 of a second matters.
There will be people coming out of the woodwork saying that 0.7 seconds will matter. What a facepalm. Thank you for making it super easy what comment I'm going to put in this year. Go on then.
Respectfully, I disagree.
And respectfully, everybody else disagrees with you. Take a wild guess who's wrong.
This is 90% weapon damage difference.
It's 90% of the weapon, like the stat weapon damage. Now take away all of the rest of the red then, if this is your like thingy. Like the thing is, what are you doing then with this? What are you doing with this? You're getting 6 blue cores? Is that what you're doing with it? What is that going to do for you on a glass build?
Also remind you is that for the last 4 years, the majority of the community has walked around with their FAMAS, not noticing almost half a second difference between reloading from empty and reloading from not empty.
Half the community has gone around not noticing this. Okay, because I would like to introduce you to this. Here, I'm going to make it humongous. Can we scroll to the right here still? Yes. These two numbers. Reload speed. A reload speed from empty. Hey, look at that. This is a AR at the top. It's an ACR. Look at that. It's 0.5 seconds. And it's, hey, look at that. It's 0.5 seconds all the way down. Man, the entire community didn't notice, man. Oh, man. Really? Shit. Fuck. Really, the entire community did not know this. This thing hasn't been here, like, for forever. Really. Really. Really, you motherfucker. Really.
That's how little your brain actually notices half a second's difference.
Yes, that's when nobody runs fast hands. Like, we don't give a fuck about times.
But if we just back it up and we have a look at the difference of 1 blue core. For red enemies, body shots only, it made a total difference of 0. 1 blue core for veterans, body shots only, made a total difference of 0. 1 blue core for elite enemies, body shots only, made a total difference of 1 bullet.
For solo, again, he's not giving these metrics. These need to be filled out. This guy is fucking around with going like, oh, everybody else is doing their math wrong. Give your fucking numbers, you asshole. You can't just put a bar here.
0.07
because
seconds.
Yes, this part is cherry picked. This is a solo elite. I can go after the video. I'll go into the game again and we'll go see what 4-man scaling elites, what the difference is when you're all blue core.
Only when targeting elite enemies and only body shots. That is reality.
I want to murder this man.
Here's some more reality for you. Did you notice which one was quicker? Here's the real-time footage of me taking all 4 of those enemies down. And at the end, I'll play them again in real time.
This is the guy putting up bars without any numbers on it. Like, he doesn't get to fuck around with this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, no, nobody will notice that difference, not on one single enemy. Go do a mission then, when you get to the end of it and there's an elite wave and you can't kill them fast enough so that they surround you, then you're fucked.
From the moment the first bullet strikes till the moment that the last bullet strikes, see if you can pick up which ones are done with 2 less red cores.
But what are those two red blue cores gonna do then for you? Like, are they blue? Okay, they're blue here. Like, at least take them to yellow. At least that's a little bit useful for, because this shield is also getting 60% extra incoming damage. Like, a 2 blue core for that shield is completely useless when you're running glass. So what is it for? What are you doing with this damage that you're giving up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you miss it? That is reality.
And this is the reason why we have our feathers ruffled. Like, what the fuck does this mean? This is reality. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Warned you it was coming.
Oh, no, he warned us. What came then? What came? That you don't know how to fucking play in groups? Because he has never been in a group in any of his videos.
You probably barely had time to recognize what was going on, let alone the difference that those 2 blue cores actually made.
No, I know very well the difference that blue cores make. It's almost as if I'm a big promoter of tech tanks. Maybe they're based on that principle. I don't go around saying that it doesn't matter at the damage, because they do a ton less damage. That's set. I can't like play around that. I can't go, these utility trucks are as fast as fucking sports car. They're not. So what the fucking point is it? This
is reality.
This guy doesn't get to talk about reality.
The reason why we need damage on our builds. What it boils down to is twofold. One, a misunderstanding about the accuracy of burst DPS, and 2, a misunderstanding about its importance.
I'm very curious to see what he wants to talk about in accuracy and burst DPS. He has, at this point, still not shown at any point that he has any understanding of burst DPS.
Now, there are a number of things that are wrong with a burst DPS calculation. But one of the big ones is that the rate of delivery is already stated.
Already stated?
Dilutes the accuracy considerably.
What does rate mean in this?
The rate of delivery is rounds per minute. It's set by the weapon. And I've already shown by ignoring the first bullet principle and
this first bullet principle doesn't exist for DPS. Burst DPS doesn't incorporate anything of this. The damage of it is not getting calculated at the first part of the shot. It's getting calculated for the end part of the shot. Because after you kill this enemy and you move on to the next enemy, it doesn't instantly fire when this is done, when the second round is done. It happens when the third round is done.
Lack of bullet cycle in that first bullet, it can lead to horrendous miscalculations. In the case of Joe...
Yes, that is the time to kill. There is a difference between time to kill and DPS. And this is the other way around. Burst DPS will be 1.5 seconds if it's half of a second per round. And then real DPS will be 1 second. Why did he flip these two?
Has led to a margin of error of 50%.
This is the other way around. Wait, what is...
result? That's the fact. 50% margin of error.
For 3 rounds, yes. Even
here's another content creator who has got a completely grey build to make things simple for themselves, and an AK at 147 damage, firing at 600 RPMs, and he's used the AKM in order to make it just 1 or 10 rounds per second to make the calculations easy. So he's used his burst DPS calculation, and he's come up with a figure of 1470. He's saying that is what the DPS should be. It's a fundamental flaw in the calculation that he doesn't understand, and he has blind faith in that calculation, and so he thinks that that's what the shooting range should show.
There was a 1.6k in there. If you basically look over... This guy sounds familiar. At the DPS meter and keep an eye out on it. As I'm going to reset it once more. And basically look at what the highest value that we see there on the DPS meter is. As we had a 1.6 there at some point. And while it is kind of normalizing towards that 1.47k, It is still actually over it at the end of the max though. It was basically around 1.49 towards the end of it. And there again, it's around 1.5 hovering over there. And it's just going
he uses
up and
this
down.
as the reason why he doesn't use the DPS meter in the range anymore, because it doesn't match up with his figures.
I am going to love this. Come on.
Match up with your figures because the calculation that you've used is wrong. This is very easily demonstrated with a graph. Simply adding the damage each time and dividing it by the time that's elapsed. And what you can clearly see here is after 1.1 seconds, which is when the calculation kicks in their range, it should read 1603. And at the very end, it will read 1499, or it should read 1499. It's not going to normalize with your calculation.
But it didn't hit these numbers. It never went up to 16. Like, it's literally here, dude. It's just going
he
up
uses
and
this
down.
as the reason why he fundamentally...
K in there. Keep an eye out on it. But there was a 1.6K in there. Oh yeah, with this there was a 1.6K.
DPS meter in the range. Simply adding the...
Why is it start? So he's taken out the interval at the start. Is that what is happening here? Because yeah, this is why the range is wrong partially. Like it's missing the interval at the start, and then it's also like variability at the end because it also doesn't hang around this number this long. But yeah, if you leave out the interval at the start because you don't know how to divide by 0, by skipping dividing by 0, then yeah, you land on this. But this is actually interesting, but it never starts at 2.9K or anything like that. Like that start point isn't there. Like even here, like look at the first round. So why is this 1.544 when his calculation is showing 2.9 for the first shot? If this is what the range is doing. Let me bring up chat for a second. Yeah, the Earth is super flat. Look at how flat it is down on the bottom right there. The Earth is super flat. But yeah, yeah, with cameo in this one. Yeah, but again, here as well, like these numbers, so he wants to say that this is what the range is doing, which, yeah, it is hovering around this 16K, but it's not doing this 2.9 or this 2.2 or this 1.96 or all of these numbers before it. So it's starting all of a sudden at 1.1 seconds. Is it? Because it's not. It's putting out a number after the second shot. So this is also very weird. And he's, again, he skipped one bullet, basically. He's starting one bullet late. I don't know why he believes that this works. Because the burst DPS calculation is a simplification of this. Look at this simulation, right? You have to calculate all of these figures out. And of course, you can set it up and then do it once, and then it comes out, right? Burst DPS is two numbers multiplied by each other. And one of them, you need to divide the number by 60. That's why we use burst DPS. So we don't have to do all of this shit and still get a wrong number. Because this is normalizing towards... So what this is actually doing, this is doing a sustained calculation towards the burst number. Like, what? And you don't see the issue with that? Really? 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 You don't see the issue with this? I want to murder this man.
After 10 bullets, it is 10% inaccurate. After 50 bullets, it's still...
So where's this first 3 bullets then? Why are those not showing up? If that's what the range is doing?
2% inaccurate. The higher your damage is and the lower the amount of time it takes you to kill an enemy, the more inaccurate a burst DPS calculation is.
These are not fucking burst calculations when it's a fucking range, you asshole.
We then have the damage side of the coin.
And again, those aren't burst DPS calculations. If you're landing on whatever number he had there, plus 2% in accuracy, that is not the burst calculation, because the burst calculation is going up to the 30th round and basically stopping, or 50th round with a fucking thingy.
To ignoring the first bullet principle, first DPS calculations also ignore the last bullet principle.
No, they don't. They don't care about what the fuck the first bullet is. The average of the first bullet isn't in that first bullet. It's when the second bullet gets fired. That's how fucking all burst calculations work. Always. In every game. We skip that part because it's not worth it. Yes, the actual damage output, the time to kill, the bullet to kill, is basically the inverse of the burst, is going straight up and then going towards the burst number. We don't calculate it out that way because then you need that fucking graph that he put out there. And that's way too much work. That's just way too much work. Simple.
Which means that some of your damage is dissipated by overkilling the enemy in every single case, every single enemy, every single time. The amount of...
There is always overkill. You can't, yes, and... What are you going to change about your build to take more advantage of this? Because the answer of that is going more RPM, usually. You're less units and more RPM. We're already using FAMASs.
Damage that you're delivering is not represented correctly. Putting aside the fact that the majority of people who have displayed this stuff haven't taken into consideration armor percentages, out of cover percentages.
Of course, nobody else has done any calculations for, or any testing towards how much armor there is, or how much out of cover there is. Because this idiot, again, as well, let's remind ourselves, he's saying that there's 60% armor in general missions. The entirety of the rest of the community is saying 60% armor, 40% health. This guy's saying 40% armor, 60% health. Basically the inverse. Who's right? The entire community that has been becoming before this guy, or this idiot? Take a wild guess. Also, he's putting DTOC at 80%, where the rest of the community is putting it at 90%. Not just me, the entire community, basically. But he's a bad player. Yes, these are the numbers that you will get out of it with bad play.
And all of those things that impact damage. What you have is a burst DPS calculation that takes an imperfect damage figure, multiplies it by an imperfect rate of delivery, produces a new rate, and then people using it have the balls to say that what they produce as a result of this is fact.
Yes, I have the balls to do that.
No way ever represents fact. Ever.
Yes, if you completely misunderstand the system, yes, it doesn't apply to fact when you don't actually understand any part of it. Because what is this first bullet principle again here? It's a misunderstanding of burst. Burst isn't going, he's going from the first round, delivering the damage of it at the initial point, which is actually how the game, of course, works. When you simulate the game, the second you pull the trigger, that's when the round goes out. Burst DPS doesn't average that number out, basically, till you reach the end of the first bullet and you go again into the second bullet. That's how it always works in burst, because otherwise you have to basically shift it up one. And that's way too much work. The thing is that on the end of that round as well is what matters, because you can't fire, if you're firing 3 rounds and you're killing an enemy, the millisecond that third round goes out, you can't fire another round. You still have to wait that interval before you can put out another round. That is what burst DPS is at its core. So this guy still doesn't understand burst DPS, but he wants to talk about it.
And the burst DPS calculation that this community has taken as gospel is nothing better than a rough guide.
And exactly, it is nothing better than a rough guide. What is his system then? Because it's a worse system. That's all that matters there. The part of burst and sustain that matters is that it's the best system that we have. That's all of it. It is the furthest you can get. Actually, there was someone else that I was having a discussion with in the comments, and basically it came up of okay, but why do we how do you justify using burst and sustain then? It's the furthest we can get before we have to put in some form of bias. And bias in the scientific sense. So something we have picked, but okay, we're going to put it up against this. So for instance, here he's putting it up against enemies that he's picked, and they're solo. Again, like here as well, like I would like to point out.
As a rudimentary example.
No group members.
And the burst
no group members ever in any of his content. And that is the numbers that he's picking. And he does not understand that not everybody plays the same as him.
Is taken as gospel is nothing better than a rough guide. Now, as a rudimentary example of this, let me look at measured. Measured, based on burst DPS calculations, it has been considered fact.
Measured, you can't calculate burst DPS for measured because it has no singular value. Burst is always only a singular value.
That it is
like, even if I go to my fucking talents. Let's grab the trash one. Oof, that's big. You may notice this number is red. This number is red. This number is red. And those three are red because you can't take the burst number just as is, because all of them don't do burst DPS in the original term for it. They do multiple numbers, so strength and optimist are of course stacking up. So they're not their first second of burst DPS isn't the same as their second of burst, which means that it's not burst. Burst is a singular value always. It's a flat line. Now, of course, this is basically just doing the averaging and just meeting up the start point and the end point of the firing time with a line. But of course, strength itself is going like this and then flattening out and hitting that line. So measured, you can't do a burst DPS calculation for measured, ever. So let's see what he does.
The worst damage talent in the game, by a considerable margin. And the reason for this is because of the imperfections in the burst DPS calculation, where it equates damage being equal to time. Now this is a mistake, because damage will never give you what you think it will, whereas time, a saving on time, will always be 100%.
This is a bold claim. I don't even understand what he's even trying to assert here.
This is because of the imperfections in the burst DPS calculation, where it equates damage being equal to time. Now this is a mistake, because damage...
But damage is equal to, like, over a set time you do a set amount of damage, like that is the basis of burst DPS.
Damage will never give you what you think it will, whereas time, a saving on time, will always be 100% return on investment. Rate of fire is a time talent, not a damage talent.
Oh, is he going to... Because rate of fire basically for burst DPS calculation is like the exact same as an amp. It's not even as an amp because it's additive from all sources. So if you have two sources of rate of fire, they just add together. They just add to the other side of the calculation. They add to the RPM side of the calculation, meaning that your RPS goes higher instead of RPM. But 5% on RPM, if you have no other source of it, is the same as, for instance, 5% total weapon damage. If you have no different, if you don't have another source for total weapon damage. Let me actually catch up on chat for a second as I pop that up. Would you ever do... I mean, he's not worth debating with, first of all. Like, there is... the 90% of it would be about just explaining basic understanding things to him. Like, there would need to be a level of understanding between us and terminology use leveling between us that would take an hour or two before we could even have a discussion. And I don't think it would be worth it for either me or him to debate each other, because he's a fucking idiot. Like, that's all he is. I would only do it to just, be talking to his the people that follow him, basically. But I can just do that by making videos and not having to have it be live, because he's a good talker. He's obviously a good talker. I'm not that good of a talker live. Like, I would much rather just make a prepared thing that I actually do. He's saying time matters, but he said it didn't in the start of the video. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually even know what he means there, really. Like, damage is like, it's damage over time. If you don't have a damage by itself is not really worth anything. Time by itself is not worth really anything. There's a reason we use burst DPS as like the smallest usable number, because the first usable calculation kind of thing that you can do with numbers in a video game. And that's just because you take damage and you put it over the time that you're doing that damage, and that is burst DPS. That's all burst DPS ever is. Meta is the hardest hitting build, but is meta effective? Not always. Actually, yeah, meta is not the hardest hitting build. Like, if meta was the hardest hitting build, we would all be running chest strikers instead of obliterate strikers. Meta is whatever the community chooses as the most general all-round use build, usually for the general meta. And then there's always usually a speedrunner meta or something with builds that are harder to use, and then like it's literally the most effective by its very nature. And the thing is, that's also going to be in the dying video. Is I'll be talking about metas, and also that there is no singular meta. Metas are for a thing. There's a meta for farming XP solo, which is the Hunter's Fury. There's a meta for speedrunning, which is basically the double shotgun version of that same build. There's a meta for just general use high DPS, which is the obliterate striker. Like metas, and also even in 4-man, the meta switches to also, for instance, having an Eclipse in the group, for instance, in missions and stuff. Because yeah, it's so much easier with an Eclipse than without an Eclipse.
Measured will take 30% weapon damage from you and give you 20% rate of fire in return. So let's go to the current build that I have. It has Flatline on it. We're going to remove Flatline and we're going to do the baseline figures and then compare Measured with Flatline. If we remove Flatline, the time to kill on an elite with body shots only is 1.553 seconds. If we add Flatline, we now get a time to kill of 1.341 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Now if we take Measured, we remove 30% weapon damage. It now requires 25 bullets to kill that enemy, but it's now delivering those bullets at 17 rounds per second instead of 14.1, which means that its time to kill is 1.41.
17? That seems high. Actually, we can see here what... didn't take my inputs. 850, enter. But what did he say?
1, 2. But it's now delivering those bullets at 17 rounds per...
Is this 17 rounds per minute? Oh, it is 17 rounds per minute.
Per second instead of
4.1,
which means that its time to kill is 1.412 seconds. It is slower than Flatline, but considerably closer than what a burst DPS calculation will tell you.
But the front part of it isn't too bad, especially if you... But it's the back part that really hurts. Like, really?
Let's go to the Veteran. Same, baseline, 0.918 seconds, time to kill. Flatline, 0.847 seconds. Measured, now delivers the damage in 16 bullets, and it takes 0.882 seconds to do so. Again, slower than Flatline, but once again, considerably closer than what a burst DPS calculation will.
And this is exactly why we don't use bullets to kill, especially with these low values. Because this is compounded on, once you go to 4-man, first of all. Secondly, like Legendary exists. Like, this gets compounded on heavily, especially when you go into the back half of the Measured magazine. Because that first part of Measured is don't actually even remember what the order of them is. Let's make sure that I actually say this right. Weapon talents. Measured. Is it only ARs, right? Measured. Because yeah, you have this part. As you know, the back part as well is decently good usually. It's actually interesting. Why is his numbers that close? 412. Oh, he doesn't have RPM here. Like, you would need to have RPM here as well, first of all, but he's just using bullets to kill instead of RPM. Also, what is the baseline one? Like, just without the damage talent?
Tell you. And then we go to a red baseline, 6 bullets, 0.353 seconds, flatline, 6 bullets, no difference in the time of delivery, 0.353. Measured will take you 1 more bullet, but it is delivering those bullets faster for a nil difference.
Okay, so what this should tell you is you should drop this red. It's completely useless because it's in here, and here you have variability, large numbers of variability, and then here you have the same. Also, again, this of course is eating also more bullets. Like, that is also a consideration, just by the existence of ammo being a thing that matters as well for the game.
In the time to kill. All of this points to measured being almost as good as flatline. And
by this whole metric, go do all of the talents. All of them will be pretty close like this. You know why? Because flatline is an outlier with 15%. Most of the other talents are doing 10% more. When you have these small numbers, these like humongously small pools, because this is 15 times. So this is how much is this? So 1 million. So this is around 10 million, which is yeah. So this is a solo NPC, which is scaled around 10 million, and not a group NPC, also not a LMG or something, which is going to have like 16, 17 million even solo. Yes, when you take these kinds of tiny numbers, yes, your variability, especially, this is why we don't use bullets to kill. Because now take that variability and go shoot at a raid boss. That's why we use burst DPS, because it takes out this bias, it takes out this bias, it takes out this bias.
This does not include the fact that measured on a build with a stacking talent will develop damage faster than what flatline will. If we use the elite enemy as an example, and we use strikers as being the stacking build, that
20% RPM is going to make basically no difference on any stacking.
Measured build,
because it's not 20% faster stacking, it's 20% onto your RPM. We're not going from like from 10 rounds to plus 20%. We're going from 14.5 rounds or 14.3 rounds to 17 rounds per second. Just imagine how many more seconds that matters. Like how many yeah.
Is now carrying an extra 5% amplified damage into...
It's not amplified damage. It's not an amp. It's RPM. It is additive from all sources. And also, if in this calculation he hasn't done strikers plus the rate of fire from measured being additive to each other, then it's already wrong.
Next enemy that's faster than what flatline will. If we use the elite enemy as an example, and we use strikers as being the stacking build, that measured build is now carrying an extra 5% amplified damage.
Why? Where is that? What amplified damage?
Into the next enemy that it encounters, because it used 5 more bullets to kill and only sacrificed 0.07 seconds.
But this one still killed it faster, you fucking idiot. It doesn't matter that this one is stacking higher if it's already killing faster.
In order to do it.
Also, it wouldn't because that RPM is additive, so it's not a 20% increase in the RPM of it.
We can use these stats. And
also, you lose the RPM on the back half, like the same stacking that you get on the front half, you lose on the back half. That's how measured works. Because what content exists where you kill one elite and you're done, and you can go home and you go have sex with your wife? What is after this elite? A reload? Each time? Really?
And extrapolate based on an increased damage carried into the next target or two. Now, to be clear, we're using the stats from the current build, not a striker's build, but this actually is in the advantage of flatline, not of measured. This is just for demonstration purposes. If we take the stats from the first target and we extrapolate, considering that the same target has been killed for 2 targets in a row.
All of these numbers, this is why you don't use tiny time to kills like this when you have a game like this. Like this one elite on solo scaling again is not the thing that matters. Because here as well, the second you go into the back half of it, what then, right? Like the RPM drops then and you don't have that advantage of RPM anymore. This is the front half of it. This is cherry picking. This is what cherry picking means. This is bias. And this isn't even bias in that like colloquial sense. This is scientific bias. You have chosen something that is altering your results. And you don't have the cognitive understanding to understand that he kept repeating reality. This guy kept repeating reality to us. Oh, this is reality. What I'm showing you is reality.
Each time measured will gain ground on flatline as far as the damage that is being done. And after 2 enemies in a row of each enemy type, what you get is that measured is now killing elite enemies faster. It's a little bit slower on
What?
On veterans because it hasn't been able to build up more damage, and the same for a red, but it is closing the gap every single time, and in this case after 2 enemies of the same enemy type, the total for flatline across 1 elite, 1 veteran and 1 normal is 1.905, and for measured the total for the 3 enemies is 1.882. It is now outperforming flatline.
How did he get to there?
Gain ground. So what we can do is we can use the increased damage carried into the next target or two. Now, to be clear, we're using the stats from the current build, not a striker's build, but this actually is in the advantage of flatline, not of measured.
Current build? Which current build? Like, still that glass from the start?
This is just for demonstration purposes. If we take the stats from the first target and we extrapolate, considering that the same target has been killed for 2 targets in a row, each time measured will gain ground on flatline as far as the damage that is being done. And after 2 enemies in a row...
No, he didn't. He didn't take this number and put it as 2 enemies in a row. Like, he can't be that stupid, right? Because this flatline can keep going. It can kill another enemy without reloading. For measured to have this same thing again, there's a back half to measured. And the back half is actually better usually, but it's also a reduction in RPM, which is like the point that he's going for with like increasing something.
Of each enemy type, what you get is that measured is now killing elite enemies faster. It's a little bit slower.
And this is always the thing with him. Like, he needs to like have longer videos where he actually explains how he's getting to some numbers, because some of them are just coming out of nowhere. What are these? Like, what? There were numbers here, and now there are different numbers here. Is this the back half of it?
On veteran?
Like, I still don't understand. How will we go from...
And extrapolate based on an increased damage carried into the next target or two. Now,
which increased damage? You were on a glass build. Like, what increased damage? Because both of these talents are still doing both front half and back half, or do we swap over to a different build? Was there a different build shown here? Because my build was shown there as a gray build.
To be clear, we're using the stats from the current build, not a striker's build, but this actually is in the advantage of flatline, not of measured. This is just for demonstration purposes. If we take the stats from the first target and we extrapolate, considering that the same target has been killed for 2 targets in a row, each time measured will gain ground on flatline as far as the damage that is being done.
Why? Under what circumstance? Like, he said it, but why? Because both of them are reloading at the same rate as well.
And after 2 enemies in a row of each enemy type, what you get is that measured is now killing elite enemies faster. It's a little bit slower on veterans because it hasn't been able to build up more damage. And the same.
Or did we move on to strikers? Didn't he say he's not going to a strikers build? I'm sorry.
In order to do it. So what we can do is we can use these stats and extrapolate based on an increase. But it is delivering those bullets faster for a... This does not include the fact that measured on a build with a stacking talent will develop damage faster than what flatline will.
Which stacking talent then? Obliterate, likely.
Type, what you get is a single example of where burst DPS calculations have led us astray as a community about what is truly effective.
Yes, because it's only the burst DPS calculations, right, that we've done that has shown that measured is like dog shit. Like, nobody's actually ran it in missions and stuff to just verify those results. As we know, the measured is bad, not from damage calculations. That's not where that original idea came from.
If you care about these milliseconds of difference, burst DPS is not the calculation that you want to be using in order to make decisions about what is effective and what isn't. In my opinion...
Before he goes into his opinion, every speedrunner in this game is using basically the same metric to go by. Literally all of them. If he was right, one other person would have been convinced by him at this point and ran measured like he's through speedruns and have gotten all of the world records.
These fractions of a second mean sweet fuck all when it comes to actual gameplay.
They stack. They stack, you fucking idiot. They stack. They stack over, and they very much matter over gameplay.
So if these fractions of a second don't make any difference, Fog, why aren't we seeing everybody running around with 6 blue core builds? Well, that is a very good question, but a much better question is why...
No. That was a very good question. Answer the fucking question.
Why do we see plenty of people ignoring what other people are saying is the most effective, being 6 reds all damage, instead choosing to take 2 or 3 blue cores, but stopping there and not going for 6 blue cores? That's a much better question. And the answer to both of those questions is actually very easily explained using stats that we've already produced in this video, with one little tweak. And so we go back to the elite enemy.
I'm gonna make him even faster. He is too slow.
These body shots only. We have a look at these figures adjusted based on the number of cores that are present on the build. And then what we can do is we can put a tweak on these figures, and that tweak is reality.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna add in shit. So all of these numbers, I'm just gonna delete them because of course we just need to add in reality, and we're gonna just copy reality, and oh, there we go. That sucks. They're all the same percentages. Fuck, can't make a distinction between them. Fucking. Hopefully I can actually undo far enough back, although this is just my personal one. Actually, let me also take away these other ones before I forget. Was there another one? Yeah, no. That one isn't this isn't like the real one that actually gets shared, so it's fine. Actually, let me catch up on chat here. It's about how fast hands on rifles makes. I mean, fast hands on rifles is pretty OP. Well, nah, not really. No, I think we're at this point we're brewing the power puff time to kill, bullet to kill. Yeah, just input reality. I don't understand why I didn't think of that. Just we take reality, we just jam it in there. Just jam it, right? It'll have the consistency of jam as well, so it'll just get everywhere. That's reality, right? You say that. I'm considering it. I'm considering making a copy of the build collection and putting measured on every build.
We are not 100.
Also, I want to say here again, I put it on 1.5 times speed. Listen to how normal he sounds.
100% accurate in game. And for the sake of ease, I'm going to say 50% accuracy. 50% accuracy results in no change in the number of bullets to kill, but you need to fire more bullets in order to have those hits land. So you now are required to fire 40 bullets in order to land 20 hits on a
But that just doubles the numbers. That's all accuracy in this calculation does. That's what we don't put it in burst.
Time to kill. We have to fire all of those bullets in order to kill this enemy. That time now goes to 2.682 for a 6 red core build. People are willing to sacrifice 1 red core because the time to kill is 2.824 seconds.
People aren't willing to sacrifice 1. They think like, oh, okay, I'm dying a little bit too much. Let me try in a blue core. And then they figure out that that doesn't really work. Like most players will figure out that going all out damage is the reason we go all out damage is because if we even had more options to go even more all out damage, we usually do. Because there is a power in damage. It has its own virtue, as I also say in an upcoming video. Actually, the upcoming video will debunk a lot of this, and it's already made. It's literally like I shouldn't show that tab, but I can take it away for a second. But like this thing is already like. Actually, let me not do it like that. Let's do it like this and not show too much of here. But yeah, let's go back here. Oh. The one I didn't want to show, but you guys saw nothing, right? Actually, I can't do snipping. I have to drag it, of course. Never mind. I'm an idiot. You know what? Fuck it. So this thing is at the ready. Scheduled 16th of August, dying more. It'll basically it's gonna disprove a lot of these points as well, kind of why we don't go blue cores.
And they certainly do not notice 0.14 of a second. They're willing to do another core because less than 0.3 of a second they're not going to notice. They're even willing.
Instead of these cores, what they should do is then grab a different talent. Grab preservation on the weapon. That'll lose you less than these 2 cores. And will help you survive a lot more, even as a full 6 core. Like, that's the thing. All of these are bad ideas because he doesn't understand the game fully. Because, yeah, of course you could give up all these red cores and do less damage. Like, duh. Like, I don't even disagree with that. Like, Tech tanks are exactly that. We're keeping up all the crit chance of crit damage that we can, doing it on the miners because there's no useful blue things on the miners that will help, and then we're taking blue cores. Hell, even descent, my descent runs, I'm taking all of those blue cores just for a little bit more survivability, just so I can survive up to the points that I do it, and then I take all of the talents to bring up my damage. Like, this isn't like ununderstood things. The thing is, when you give up blue cores, what are they for? Especially on a glass build that he showed at the start. What the fuck are you going to do with a shield on a glass build? Because it is also taking 60% more damage.
To go to 3 blue cores, 3 red cores, because that difference is still less than 0.6 of a second. But when we go to 4 blue cores and 2 red cores, whoa! That is a change that I am not willing to accept. A jump of 2.2 seconds in
because of the reload, yeah.
elite enemy. Double the time it takes a 6 red core build to kill. What happened? If you haven't already worked it out, 52 bullets now exceeds the maximum capacity of your magazine. That enemy no longer sits.
So your conclusion here should be not to not do this. Your conclusion should be what's the brand that has magazine size as one of its words? I should just keep this thing at the open. What's the brand that gives you the magazine size? There, that one. You should 3-piece Brazos. Hell, you should 2-piece it and then have Ninja Bike, and then you have the 3-piece. Then you have 20% more magazine size, and then you don't lose that much.
Within your burst bubble, as in the total magazine damage that you are capable of producing at 50% accuracy. That is a line that people will not cross.
But this line shifts depending on your enemy. Like, what if happens if the reload is up here? What happens if it is up here? What happens if it is up here? Nobody's doing this. Nobody's going like, oh shit, most of my enemies are dying in more than one mag or less than one mag. You just maximize for damage and then try to put in some survivability if you can. Nobody's looking at it like this. Except them, of course.
Because it makes a noticeable difference to their gameplay.
Okay, but what if this is what we need because there's an eclipse in the group? Why would you have 3 red cores, 3 red cores, 3 blue cores, when there's an eclipse in the group? Putting everything on fire for you.
That is what having damage on your build is for. To ensure that you can kill every enemy that you face within a single magazine with the adjustment for your in-game play statistics. How often the enemy is out of cover, how much armor they have, whether you're hitting them in the body, in the head, and most importantly, how many rounds you land on target.
Nobody's doing these kinds of calculations, by the way. Like, these calculations, there's a reason we stick to burst and sustain. First off, we don't do this for these kinds of shit, of trying to, what is the best build? We just compare builds to each other. That's all we do with burst and sustain. Like, that's what they're for, really. And then you have to have the analysis understanding of, okay, this is the burst number of a glass red, and this is the number of a striker obliterate at full blast. But the striker obliterate, you then also have to calculate it's empty, and then trying to go like, okay, but how much of the time is it full? How full does it need to be at the same level? How often can you get it easily to full? And the answer, annoyingly, with striker is you can stack with the ACS and you'll mostly be at full, and even ARing, you'll be full into max. Close enough to full into max. Like, these are just metrics that that's what we use burst and sustain for, because trying to go in depth like this can't work for Division. Like, this kind of stuff, bullets to kill, time to kill, those kind of things work perfectly fine for Battlefield, for Call of Duty, where you have like 6 different armor values and stuff with CSGO, Counter-Strike, that's the word I was looking for, where like there's like 3 values. You have people with armor, you have people with armor, like the plus 60 armor, and you have people with the plus 100 armor. Like, that's the 3 values. So then you can put time to kill values and bullet to kills for all of those, and then try to find out what is like the most optimal thing in there. And that has been done for ages and ages for those kind of games.
The most important multiplier in this game.
Oh, it's repeated, of course, as well.
Everything else takes a back seat to rounds on target.
No, nothing takes a back seat to this. There's a reason we all stick to burst DPS, because this is, again, cherry-picked. Like, this is bias. This is literally picking something as the time to kill. The answer always to time to kill is, in these kinds of game, in WoW, in EVE, in any game that has like a billion things that have armor and health values, is very simple. Time to kill what? What is the thing that you're picking as time to kill? And in PvP games, as I just said, like for CSGO, Well, CS 1.6, I'd say. There's three values. I don't actually know if in CS:GO there's still only 3 values. Maybe they have different armors and stuff in there. I'm gonna guess not, though. Likely, yeah. But yeah, basically 3 values. And then time to kill what is like these 3. Just health plus that body armor 1, and health plus body armor and helmet. Like, okay, yes, perfectly fine. In Division, time to kill what? Buddy, Lucy, those 2 are at least the same. Razorback, Lieutenant Gray, Pfizer, elites in Countdown, elites in Format, legendary enemies, legendary mini tank, legendary dog, legendary heavy. Time to kill what? Bullet to kill what? That's always the issue with this kinds of things. This isn't a new conversation. This conversation has been going on for forever. This guy just doesn't know. This guy just doesn't understand that this conversation has been had, and time to kill and bullet to kill do have a place, just not in a game like Division. They never have.
And in the case of this build, 3 blue, 3 red, you're not going to notice any difference. This is
on what? You're not going to notice any difference on what? Because you're going to notice that difference when you're shooting at a LMG and you're not killing it before it kills you. When this is an outcast LMG, you want to kill it as quickly as possible. When you have its backside and you can get rounds on his pouch to make him wiggle, it matters if it's 2 bullets or 3 bullets. Because if it's in 3 bullets and you're glass and he turns around and he bursts you, you have to get out of the way now. Because if you can do it in 2 rounds and he doesn't turn around in that time, but you have to do it in 3 rounds now and you can't. And again, he at the start of this, he showed the glass build. Like, why would you even then show a glass build? Like, that was his glass build, right? Yeah. Like, I was like, was it mine? Because I showed some
best case scenario for having damage on your build, and it results in a difference of less than 0.6 of a second between 3 red cores and 6 red cores.
And again, this generalizing, all of this needs to be couched in this enemy, this specific enemy that I've picked here, this one. That's the one. That's all these numbers matter for. Okay, and then, yeah, what other enemies exist then? And the answer is thousands.
But that is where the line is drawn. After that, you're not capable of killing that enemy inside 1 magazine. That is why you need damage on your build.
No, you can go a lot less red cores than that and still kill. Like, that doesn't matter. Nobody's thinking in these terms. Like, no human being would care about this, because every human being understands that there is no singular metric here. You don't get to choose what the other side has. You get to only pick what your build is. So you can go like, okay, I'll go 2 blues, trying to get some survivability in here. Kind of like with the Hunter's Fury. I go with 2 blue cores. Like, that's my preferred one. But then also it's for a shield. Does he have a shield? No, he doesn't have a shield, of course.
I've seen someone using a build that isn't what others considered to be meta. I never looked at them and said, well, you're doing it wrong. I've always said, why does that person find that build the most effective for them?
I mean, I wanna show this guy like all of those like all of those jumbled messes, all of those non-builds that I keep running into. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit there and go like, why does this person have health rolls on their shit? Because they're a fucking idiot. That's the answer there. I'm not gonna go sit there and try to psychoanalyze. But yeah, there are of course usable builds sometimes in stuff, but there's a reason why like there is a meta. And yeah, of course, like you can go off meta and try to like find your own way. And also, of course, like it's even going to be one of my videos is basically about tailoring builds to your own playstyle. So for instance, especially Hunter's Fury is very like noticeable in that you can go all red, you can go all blue, and you can go all gradation between that in that Hunter's Fury SMG build kind of thing. And all of them are kind of valid. What isn't valid is putting health rolls on there. What isn't valid is trying to make it armor regen kind of. Exactly. I want to help. Yeah, I have an idea, but I have to find the font of what the stats are made in. I want to put reality on a build. I'm gonna make a reality build. Should it be 12? Should be 12% reality, or should it be 6%? And should it be a yellow stat, or should it be a blue stat, or should it be a red stat? Questions. I'll probably grab. Do I have anything that is rainbow, that is really like blue cores, like with blue cores and like yellow stats and red stats? Somewhere that I could. I don't think I have any rainbow builds. Oh yeah, of course. Actually, yeah, reality is 13%. Yeah. Well, there aren't any stats that are exotic colored, so that would be annoying to Photoshop in. I could try to hue shift the red maybe to orange. Let's finish this video.
And in creating my channel, all I wanted to do was be able to show people what they found from their personal experience in game is different to what they were being told is truth and is fact.
So who has found this then? That like, who has gone, like, what is the conclusions that this system will provide you? Going three blue cores on a glass build? Is that the answer? I'm going to assume that, wait, does it do his talents show? He has obliterates, right? Okay, so he's not glass. But the thing is, yeah, it's completely valid to go 3 blue cores on a high-end red, basically, and fit that out. Solo, especially. Hell, PvP, like, is the meta, even. The reason why we don't recommend that is because you're going to go slower. And that's fine, but this isn't the way to go slower. A tech tank will beat this easily, just because it can close the distance more and output just continuously. Which is kind of the idea that he's trying to put forward, but he doesn't like understand build making well enough to have reached that point. Because instead of those 3 blue cores, put in a memento. Put in a memento and stack it up, especially solo. You have 3% regen. Even if it's on just 1 blue core from the memento, that's a lot better. You have all that bonus armor that you can go over. You're not losing that much weapon damage because, well, you're losing basically, especially the backpack talent. But for that, you're gaining some weapon damage talent back. And then you can even go a few more blue cores. Hey, that sounds familiar, right? You put in a memento, you go a few blue cores. Now you have a good option for a shield. You put in the shield. Hey, what could we use to maybe make that shield a little bit more sturdy? There's this thing called the Artificer Hive, right? From Technician. Oh, we got Technician, we put in an Artificer. Hey, look at that. This is a realization. This is the reality that so many people have reached already. Like, tech tanks aren't my invention or anything. Like, I've seen them before I've made them already in the wild. Although that specific setup that I have not so often, like not specifically with memento and then 3 blue cores on other gear with the Artificer and the thingy, because most people go usually a few less blue cores, but I found that I enjoy having that many blue cores, having a super sturdy shield, just standing in front of everything. Just like, that is the realization this will lead you to, but it also doesn't matter how many bullets to kill it. Like, that didn't come into it. Burst DPS didn't come into it because it doesn't matter. Those points here as well, he's basically using it as a comparison, but this isn't going 3 blue cores here isn't about the comparison. It's about what do you find as the sweet spot. And also, what are you doing with those 3 blue cores? Because here he has this blue core, and actually he's running a memento as well. So yeah, see that armor bar now. That's all good and all. Why not have a shield here? Why are you running a healing drone? One of the weakest and worst healing skills that there is. Right? Like, put a shield there then. Benefit from those blue cores. But he doesn't understand that. But he wants to talk about...
I very much hope that this video has given anybody who runs around with a 2 or 3 blue core build, knowing that they are more effective with it.
They don't know that they're more effective with it. You can't know that you're more effective with it because they won't be more effective with it in the raids. That's where that's like the thing is that top of it is coming from that. like that. Go red core, go all red cores, go obliterate, go vigilance, and reach 50 and 150. All of those things, the initiation of those points is from raid. And in the raids, you need that damage. Because if you go a few blue cores there, if everybody went a few blue cores in there, first of all, you're not using them effectively usually, as there is also usually a healer, or there's somebody like CCing kind of stuff. Like for instance, with Razorback, there's the drones, there's a jamming build he'll take care of that. We need damage. And that's always the case. That's always the case with these things. We don't think about it in like, yes, if you're a solo player, which he is, like that's the thing he just needs to say. He needs to say, I am a solo player. I only play solo. I only understand solo. I only have the numbers for solo. This is my findings. And then we go like, yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, run a few blues. Hey, here's the tech tank. Try this out. Try the Heartbreaker out. But no, he wants to talk as if he's talking about everything and everyone and like, oh, no, yeah, people don't understand that they're going that way. Like, yeah, there is a common recommendation of going all red. But that's also shifting now, especially for solo players. Let me pull up chat for a second. See if it... if I... as I see, yeah, something similar to that cat thing with reality. Yeah, actually, I should do that, yeah. Because yeah, that I need to also kind of eventually get rid of that cat one, because that one's just a generic one from Twitch. Even though I like it myself as well, and I've seen it be used a lot. Oh yeah, and True Patriot, of course, yeah, 3 pieces or 2 pieces for even more max size. Yeah, that again as well, like using metric as accuracy and stuff. That's also the reason why, like in burst DPS, we don't use those kinds of things, is because again, it's burst DPS and sustained DPS are the final points before you have to add in some form of bias to go further. So either you're picking something to kill and then you go to time to kill or bullet to kill, or you're adding in accuracy and you're trying to mitigate for that, or you start to grab numbers for DTOC or DTA and stuff and try to like burst DPS is exactly made to not do those kinds of things. Yeah, that should always, best, 511, God rolled, everything. And yeah, I really now want to, put reality, just putting, making a build and just removing all of the stats and just putting reality there in the same font as the game. That'll be fun. Oh, Borda. Okay, I'll go find that later on. Oh yeah, Fox is indeed colored. Well, Fox is yellow colored though, not exotic colored. But I can hue shift it. I can hue shift it to be like the same. Trying to think if there is any like stat anywhere that is like shifted like that. Or I could take the memento one, put reality like +1 reality instead of +1 skill tier, 15% reality instead of 15%, and just put that on every piece. I think I'll do that. That'll be. Yeah, tech tanks are reality. I'm gonna rename them reality tanks. Seeing as a good thing I didn't do the showcase yet today, so we can call them reality tanks yeah, let's
ammunition to tell anybody that tells them they're doing it wrong, the confidence to say respectfully, I disagree. If you like, then like.
I mean, that last sentence, everybody that thinks that the world is round, I've shown you enough stupid things that you now with confidence, not just normally, but just with true confidence, you can say, yeah, the earth is flat. That's the same thinking. Like this is there's a reason we call him a flat earther. I what's the Adam Savage line? I reject your reality and substitute my own. In the words of Spider-Man, you're wrong and you think you're right. That makes you dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, he's talking about these kinds of things with conviction. Like, he's not just spouting. Like, oh yeah, actually, I was bringing it up. There was this one video. I don't remember which one it was anymore, so I can't go find it. In it, the guy is like talking about a backfire build. Somebody sent me the link to just like, what do you care about this? And the guy just flat out says, "Oh, yeah, YAL is easy to farm. You can just wait for YAL to be targeted in the DZ." And this guy was a guy like with like a K and a half of subs, and that video had like 80K views, I think. That was the reason it got sent to me. And he just said that in there. Wait for DZ to have YAL targeted. For those that like don't know or don't keep eyes on the DZs, YAL can't be targeted. Like, YAL is never in the targeted thing. What you can do is wait for like the slots to be like a glove, masks, chest, that kind of stuff to be the targeted there, and then you'll have a few YAL pieces drop because they are in those pools when you're in the DZ. And also he didn't give the actual answer of wait for check the clan vendor weekly, which is the actual answer. Like, that wasn't in that 80K video. So yeah, and those kind of people are just, they're easy. Like, they're just wrong. And likely if you were to correct them, they would go, I don't give a fuck. Sure, that video got 80Ks. Like, I don't care. But yeah, these kinds of people with convictions are very much idiots. I won't say the name, but there's a streamer, USHD. Your SH level, okay, and that says Elmo has more DPS than yeah, no one in particular, right? Yeah, I should make a video about that. Doing testing is more powerful for the mods, but until you actually do some testing. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why we use the numbers. Like, the numbers are only there. Like, I don't give a fuck about doing calculations. They're only there because they show some of the data. Because sometimes between 2% or something, between some things, you can't tell the difference. Especially when you have, for instance, something like a vector that is like super high RPM and stuff. Like, it's easy to just fall in love with that. Like, just like, this is super high RPM. It's fun, like, to just go brrr. But once you start doing calculations, that's the point of them, is like, even with like the gear sheets and stuff like this weapon thing, like this didn't use to have sustain calculations and stuff here until like me and App kind of handled that a little bit. But even just having these DPS numbers here, just the RPM times damage, shows so much about weapons. And of course, I have my own. I have my burst tables and stuff. And the reason they got popular is you suddenly kind of, just looking at them, you go like, oh, wait, the FAMAS here is a super outlier. And then you go use a FAMAS and you go like, oh, fuck, yeah, this thing's an outlier. This thing is very much its own thing and it's like murdering everything. And the same for all of the other categories. Like, the classic M1A, for instance, isn't actually that high on those damages and stuff. But the reason most people use it is because you don't have to click as much, and it's still very effective. Like, it's high enough on its. Let me actually go to my burst tables where it's, because yeah, that one actually is still always annoyingly hard to parse. So and that's why like mine ones exist and are popular. Because yeah, so for instance, a classic M1A is like all the way down here with a magazine. Oh, that's in sustain. Let's just go to burst, which is even easier. Wait, why is SOCOM M1A here? I'm weird at that, but wait, I'm briefly gonna check something here. Wait, is that just my stand-in for M1A CQB? No, because that's here. So this one's here. M1A CQB is here. Why is this SOCOM M1A here? Oh, it's underneath the M1A CQB. Okay, never mind. Heart attack stopped. But yeah, the thing with the SOCOM M1A is it's just the worst M1A CQB. It is basically the exact same weapon. It just has lower base damage. They basically forgot about it in one of the patches where they did the damage calculation. But for instance, in Burst, the classic M1A is all the way down here. Like it's in the middle of the pack. Like both, especially that M1A CQB beats it by a lot. ACR SS beats it by a lot. The reason we use it is for that mag, for its RPM, and it has a high enough mag and high enough damage that it's still worth it, and the burst is high enough. So the reason we picked that thing isn't the meta because like it's the highest damage or anything. It's because the most usable thing in here. But especially with ARs, when we can like have a FAMAS, which is such an outlier, it's behind chat here, but it's like 4%, 4.5%, or 3.5% to the next one, which is the F2000, which has one mod less, and then like 4% up to the TKB, which is the first next weapon. And the FAMAS is so much easier than the TKB to use. Like these are the things we use burst DPS for. How would you even bullet to kill this? A list like this, how would you even bullet to kill this? How would you even time to kill this? Because yeah, you would have to have 20 different things that you've timed to killing against. And I completely like lost my train of thought of what we were even talking about. Okay. The testing is completely. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was what we were talking about, Elmo. So yeah, for instance, Elmo here as well, like one of the things of it is like this mag damage is pretty fucking nice of it. Because that's its defining characteristic. Because even when compared on damage per mag, like the Eagle Bearer actually still beats it by the tiniest amount. But the Elmo, of course, is so much more usable than Eagle Bearer that like it wins out. And it basically has more damage per mag than the TKB. It doesn't than the AKMs, but also the AKMs just on their other stats are just worse TKBs. Like they're below the TKBs by a lot on burst, and even here on sustain, they're a little bit behind the TKBs. And especially, for instance, here as well with the fast hands one, the military AKM, black market AKM are pretty far down here. But the thing is, of course, these can sustain up to this. Like the Elmo can't ever like beat its sustain that is up here. It's fixed there. And that's also the reason I'm splitting these out from the main list, because if they were in the main list, they would just seem too good. Mostly because they have their, like these, all of these weapons can still get a talent on top of it compared to that Elmo, which is like what that video was. Even if it started, imagine how hard it would be if everyone got to the DZ. Exactly, like if y'all was on a DZ, just, but also it just isn't. It just factually isn't. It has never been in targeted. Like I have had like very long discussions with somebody in a Discord who keeps always just saying, "Oh yeah, just check the White House vendor for DZ for y'all parts." It has never been there. It has never been on just the normal White House vendor. It has always only been on the clan vendor when it's active there. And this person just keeps repeating it. They don't like it. I've corrected them like 5-6 times with others as well, just piping in and going, "What the fuck are you doing, dude?" Like, at this point, you should know. Like, also, by the way, just if you're kind of curious in where my style kind of comes from, if you, well, not the thumbnails or anything, but so yeah, instead of tank reviews, I'm doing showcases, but also actually, where's a masterclass of his? Like this is the guy whose style I have stolen basically verbatim, Quickie Baby. who's a World of Tanks guy, who also like my showcases are very much like his tank reviews, and I can't find any there. Let me actually, but yeah, especially even like yeah, he does master classes in tanks. I do my builds. Like as I saw that thumbnail over there. Yeah, I briefly just want to check something in game. How far off is the RPK from the FAMAS from factoring DPS? I just closed it, didn't I? Pretty far, especially on burst from memory. Well, not pretty far, but like there's actually one. Let me do this in the main file of or in the main folder where the link goes as well. There's this one combined, and this one has combined sustain and combined burst. Yeah, showing it. Yeah, it is. And this is basically all of the categories in one with like the color coding to show which, like, all the shotguns are blue, all of the rifles are green, all of the SMGs are this orange kind of thing. And in here, if we go find the FAMAS, which is already pretty far down, like there's a reason still why, like the FAMAS is all the way down there on burst, but it is our pick because it's the first AR in this list. And ARs as well, of course, have that 21 DTH, which is really the reason why ARs are that strong. And then if we go try and find the RPK, as it's a little bit obscured by my have to. Trying to see which ones are even the LMGs. There we go. So the FAMAS is up there with 662. The RPK is all the way down here with 600, like 10% less, basically. Well, 9% less. We're going from that one to that one. And the thing, especially with LMGs, is, I mean, it's the same reason we really use those ARs. Is while they do have that 12% detoc, like you can only add another. Usually, I pick rate of fire as my thing to go for. And then you're basically adding in basically 5% to like the RPM side of the calculation. But ARs can have 21% health. And even though, of course, like only that's, in my appreciation, it's only around 40% active DTH, but it's 21% over that 40%. So that is a lot. Like that beats that ROF by a lot. Let's grab this one. Let me. You can change defenders for Jessica. Well, you wouldn't change defenders for Jessica. You would change it for contractors at that point. Like that's also one of the strengths of LMGs is you can take contractors and actually use the damn thing.
It has to be there.
But LMGs,
check it with Torres when you're free.
like that burst length is nice, but yeah, they just don't have a role. Like they're better in sustain usually than ARs. Let me see if I can actually. Because yeah, usually yeah. So for instance, the TKB and stuff is over here, and a bunch of the LMGs are in between it, especially the GR9s and stuff. But the GR9s are pretty good at their sustain and stuff. But we don't have that many that long fights. Like even raid bosses die before you're starting to travel towards these sustain numbers. So they just don't have that place. And yeah, it's very much, especially with their same reason why SMGs don't get that much used in a lot of builds is there are better ways to reach that crit chance cap, and then it's better to have like a damage talent there. But none of them are bad. Like again, and like if you are using them well, they're not bad at all. Yeah, I want to grab her high-end glass. Actually, I can have this be back here. Just took a second to capture. Yeah, I'll make this big. Let me. I know you played what? Did you ever play World of Warships? I've played like a few hours, not much. It was very much not. I have a fascination with especially tanks and planes. So especially World of Tanks and War Thunder have been very much games I've enjoyed a lot. World of Warplanes I have tried and laughed at a little bit, as is well known, of course. But I don't have the same fascination with ships, I find. Also in War Thunder as well. I basically don't have any of the... haven't played much of the naval side. But I do understand well that they're well-made games. They are very much... I need to load this one, of course. And make it a glass. So don't even really know what I wanted to test here anymore. The other thing I wanted to test. Because here's also the thing, like there is another veterancy. First off, that isn't even in those calculated, like that he isn't even touching. Because then again, it would shift beyond what he's talking about. Oh yeah, measured. Yeah, no, that's gonna be too long testing. But yeah, like this, when you have this enemy, right? Like measure is gonna lose because you have to go into the back half where you're losing that RPM. But yeah, that will be, and then he's surprised that we call him out for cherry picking. Like, one of my FAMASs used to be measured actually, but I think I gave up on that joke. I used to have two FAMASs in here. I think I used one then, right? Oh, yes, I did use one, of course. That became the one for the ongoing directive rework with the FAMAS and the glass. Which is actually hers now, which is this one now. Yeah, no, it's gonna be too long testing, and my brain is fried already. Let me close a few of these tabs because I have way too much open. Yeah, that's gonna be there. Oh, that looked funny. I will give up about that. It's subs in the game. Oh, there are subs in that game? I didn't even actually know. I mean, kind of makes sense. Although I'm curious to see how they actually implement it now that you brought it up. Because, yeah, War Thunder also tried it for a while and, like, yeah. I mean, it always had aircraft carriers, right? From the start. I remember, like, at Tier 4. It's there. I saw it. Wait, oh, sorry, what? what's where? Where did you see it? Oh, the measured one. No, that was a burnout. The FAMASs will be next to each other. Like this is a burnout. But yeah, I'm sorting by name. So if there was another FAMAS in here, it would be like next to this one, which is the FAMAS to that. This one's a burnout. I mean, I can go and recalibrate it and stuff, but I just don't want to do any testing on that kind of stuff. Like, my brain is fried. Also, I would need to, although likely, like people are still online likely, and I would want to have this scaled up to 4. Because the range also scales. When you have 4 people here, Like when does she have anything headhuntery actually? She has a hotshot build, doesn't she? She has that as well, but she has hotshot. Like here's the thing: when you are one-tapping enemies, this number it shows here. Oh, actually, with Ragers as well, it's going to 22 million. This number it shows here, this is the health of that enemy. And this goes to a lot higher than shown there. Actually, do I have that one somewhere? I do. It's likely in my Discord. Let me briefly see if I can find that. Because yeah, there's a file as well that like shows a lot of the enemy numbers. Oh yeah, here. I'll put it in chat. Which is, this one's a pretty old one actually. I'll bring it up here as well. Make it a little bit readable. But this basically has the health and armor values for enemies and such, and scaled to the numbers. So for instance, here especially, like when he's talking about like we calculated out by back calculating with an elite with him to this 9 million. Like look what they go to when it's 4-player scaled. Like these numbers matter. Like you have to actually talk about like solo or 4-player, or it's also at some point this normal values kind of broke. It's E23. What? But yeah, these are from all the way back in TU 8.4, but they're still relevant. Like I don't believe much has changed in this. I've seen a newer one than this one, but from memory as well, it didn't change much. But yeah, especially for instance, names and stuff, like yeah, they go to like, and of course, these are just assaulters. This doesn't have any numbers for like LMGs are a lot more than that 16 million. Like they're in the 25, 26 million range. But he's only talking about solo, and he's acting as if like, because that recommendation of going all red, like that's for in groups. Like that's we recommend usually, because usually the people asking for those kinds of advice are a lot more social actually, and they'll likely be matchmaking. Like matchmaking is, I'm gonna guess it's a very big part of the game. Like I don't have any metrics for it, but I'm gonna guess that a large part of the player base is solo and matchmaking content, or is in 2-man, 3-man, and maybe is in a clan. Maybe you play with a few people, because that usually has been my experience, and I'm at risk of basically doing the same thing he's doing, of going like my experience is the same as everyone else's, but it's also what I've seen most other people's do, like watching streams of others, watching, asking people, like, because for instance, I usually do talk about people like with people of like, yeah, have you ever been in DZ? Have you ever been, somewhere and messed around? What have you messed around with? Basically, have you raided? Have you played with an Eclipse? Stuff like that. And yeah. But yeah, and the thing is, it's mostly his delivery, and also like that going for bullet to kill, like bullet to kill and time to kill has been like debunked already for Division. Like as well, these aren't new things. These aren't new things at all. Like we've had them for forever. Like
Low prices, big stuff.
there's a reason why some games do use them, some games don't. And Division as well, we use it in PvP because you basically have 5-6 values. Most people you're running either 5 or 6 blue cores, and they're more likely going to have Adrenaline Rush, and they're likely going to have Unbreakable. So you basically like do like 6 or 7 numbers that you aim for, and then yeah, stuff like time to kill can be used to optimize for builds. But even then, you don't optimize towards time to kill. You just optimize your damage and just hope for the best. Because you can't optimize for time to kill. Not unless you have a singular thing that you're time to kill. Like if you have a raid boss and that's all you're hitting over and over again, sure, try to maximize towards time to kill. And maybe, for instance, LMGs maybe just, even with a lower burst, might not need to reload once if everybody's unloading with a striker or something. And that might be an optimization. Because an AR would have to reload once, but then also fast hands. So usually a FAMAS with a fast hands will still beat any LMG, usually. But yeah, he wants to be right, which is a dumb thing. Like, I don't care about being right at all. Like, I've been wrong so many times. And even with that thing, what he showed, like, he missed this. I'm pretty sure like the range isn't working the way he showed, because, for instance, as well, it's spitting out numbers after the second round already. It wasn't showing 2.9 at any point. Like, it didn't start at 2.9K that he had there. So what was that? I'll have another look and try to figure it out. As well, he then just goes like, and if we add in a stacking talent, which stacking talent? I mean, we can assume it's obliterate, but what if you're not running a stacking talent because you're running flatline, which usually pairs well with spotter? And then he's surprised when we go, you're cherry picking, because he is. Yeah, that's always the thing. Like I always prefer to be happy rather than being right, and usually I'm neither. But yeah, this is just ignorance. Like the annoying thing about him is ignorance on display. Like, I don't like using the term Dunning-Kruger effect, but it's very much a Dunning-Kruger effect kind of thing, where he doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he wants to talk as if he's talking about it. Because, again, for instance, in his builds and stuff, it shows as well. Like, he doesn't have the understanding of, like, I show that's the one, like, he was talking about the striker thing, and he went, what's better, Grupo and Fenris, or Grupo and Fox's Prayer? Like, nobody that actually understands build making would, like, make such a distinction. Cheska would not be outside of that discussion at all, ever. Like, with all of the builds, Cheska will just usually be the first thing that you put in, except when it's like Negotiator or Umbra, because they can survive without it. You're reaching crit cap without them. So those kinds of things already show that he did. So, for instance, as well, I don't know which video of his it was. I tried to refine it, but also I don't want to watch more of his shit anyway. But he went and basically was talking about some survivability, and he was like iterating on a build. And he basically ended up with a bad version of a tech tank, and he put in a forge on a build that had several brew cores already. And basically, any like player that actually understands build making would never consider a forge for those kinds of things. A forge is really good when you only have one blue core at most. Once you are above 2 blue cores, usually skill health will win out. And a forge, especially as well, is locking you into incoming repair, which you can maybe make use of, but yeah, especially on a build that already, in this case, in his case, I think was 4 blue cores. Like that kind of stuff shows his understanding of the game, but he wants to talk as if he like has full understanding. And I'm then maybe also a dick that like, oh, I think I know it better, but also I don't act as if I know better, and I'm willing to be corrected on anything, especially for his measured things there. Those are closer than I would have expected, but I'm gonna rerun his numbers because I can't trust any of his numbers that he has put out ever, because he just doesn't. And that's also why I deleted that comment underneath it, because I'm going to, of course, talk about the parts that he pulled me in about it, which is fair as well. I mean, I've called him out in 2 videos, and I've done parts of streams about him, and yeah, that is. I kind of want to see what this thing is running, just out of curiosity. Curiosity killed my brain. Why isn't there a recalibration on this piece that is expertise to 15 with crit damage headshot? Why is... I'm trying to even think, where would you... I mean, in a raid Regulus build, you would use headshot crit... No, you would use headshot crit chance. You would need the crit chance here. And his expertise to 14. A damage to armor Elmo, expertise to 14. Perfect outsider with swap speed. There is actually, yeah, there is one stat worse than health, by the way. If you're curious, it's swap speed. It doesn't seem to be working anymore. It broke at some point. There is footage of a long time ago when it did work, and it's very noticeable, especially on swapping to the specialization weapon. And then at some point it broke. Rate of fire on a D50. Also, again, everything's optimized. There's no recalibration here. Like, he's keeping the talent, of course, to be recalibrated, but in the meantime, he thought, you know what? I'll already expertise it to 14. This is likely the only safety distance in the game that has been expertise to 15. I would hope. And yeah, this poor Elmo as well. Like, this is a damage from Elmo. Expertise to 15. But, of course, we shouldn't be, I mean, I shouldn't be making fun of him, first of all. Like, I'm being a dick here. But also, he's right. He's right. The choices, like, these choices are right. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Fogawar. Let me... it's not even just me. Most of the community is willing to listen. And, like, I've been corrected so many times by Rossi. I've corrected him sometimes. On some things, we have discussions and we don't agree at all. Like, me leaning more towards sustain is something that, yeah, he tried to convince me of his side. I've tried to convince him of my side. And it doesn't really matter in the end. Like, on those kind of things that are a little bit more opinion-based, we both see each other's side. Like, for instance, as well, both him and me will agree that there's a reason as well that, like, he leans a lot more towards burst and me towards sustain. That's because he's much more of a red player who, especially like strikers and glass reds always and stuff and obliterate reds, and he plays it a lot more aggressively and he moves around a little bit more and stuff. I'm much more of a sustain kind of player with tech tanks, for instance. So we can at least see each other's side, and we both understand the terminology at least and stuff. Like, and even, yeah, being wrong is fine. Like, be wrong. Every time I'm wrong, it means that I have something to learn. But I don't think I'm going to learn that measured is a good talent. Like, you know what? Let's even do it. I'm awake now. Is this free talentable? It better be. Measured FAMAS. Let's go. Oh. The matchmake for normal instead of heroic.
You have received an invite
As
to
we
another agent's group.
let's see where we're going first, though. Oh, Wall Street. Actually, this character's already done Wall Street today, so could have picked a different one. That would be funny if like every person that equips 3 pieces of striker will instantly get banned. And that's because, of course, if you haven't saved it as a loadout, you have to equip 3 and then you get banned instantly. So, but I was trying to, and then yeah, make a ticket of like, but I was trying to equip 4. I promise.
I need you to see to it personally.
On it.
Get that stockpile, Agent.
And the Lord said, you shall have...
I don't care what it takes. Take them out.
I hate it already. Like this.
Outer perimeter. Remember, you're only here for Dragov. But if you find his supply depot, raid.
Oh no, I am killing stuff. This means that it is good, right?
Keener, crucial support.
Be careful. I still don't like the idea of throwing you to the wolves, no
I
matter
got
how
it.
much we want Dragov first roll in this
Maybe surrounded.
Incoming.
Feel surrounded.
Hostiles.
But at least I am true to my word of dying more.
Hostiles approaching. Hostiles. Incoming.
I'm gonna be... This is my new house.
Detected. Agent down. Agent down.
Man, that backside of measure just... Well, she's cheating. Like everything is supposed to die in 25 bullets, right? Like that's what we got shown. Like everything has to die in 25 bullets because otherwise you have to deal with the back half of measured. Why is not everything dying in 25 bullets, guys? Like, devs, please fix. One of them is a chest. Oh yeah, as well. Yeah, chest as well. Even, which even in a 3-piece striker, like even if you want to go 3-piece striker, yeah, you don't use the chest. Like, you could have an actual talent. Imagine if we all had some talent. I don't have a hive, and I have measured AR. I'm not going to survive this. Luckily, my team is saving me. Actually, I'm not glass. I'm obliterate. Forgot to sort my chest.
Hostile forces incoming.
What is it? This build is a obliterate chest one that I have a sacrifice on the build next door, basically. It's interesting that that heavy blinded like upwards.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh wow! Go help my buddy. There we go. Why is that heavy pissed off at me? I didn't even shoot at you. I'm shooting at you with measure. Have some pity, dude. Maybe reconsidering that my team is decent. I mean, that's... He's 300, he has an excuse. You know what? For a 400 as well, like that's not the worst. I've seen worse. Yep. Now we'll find all those things that I've been missing. Because here as well, of course, like, if this is taking like half a mag more, it doesn't matter, of course. Like, if I had killed him half a mag faster, like, it wouldn't be as if he wouldn't have died. Which he did.
Regroup at the APC and load it up. It's time to take back control.
Because yeah, the cascading effect of damage is like its own thing. Like,
Take your time.
there's a reason why
To rush this.
maximizing towards damage in every game kind of works. Except like if it's poorly made. Like there's a reason glass builds exist. And that lowers your game volume when you speak. Yeah. So I have a sidechain compressor basically that pulls the game down when I speak. Actually, the game's gonna be super loud now, right? Because fuck that video. Hold on, APC, I'm fixing something. Yeah, actually, let me put the game settings back to where they normally were. Sorry if they were super loud, actually. I need to actually, at some point, there are ways of splitting in OBS to, like, not have, or to have it basically per program so that, like, the game has its own volume and the browser has its own volume. Also, this APC, how dare it? It's not dying even in a mag. Like, I have to reload. Like, imagine if I had fast hands here. Like, I would have, like... how do you even... Yeah. This APC is pissed off at me. Yeah. Good thing I can blind fire it. I'll go for the flank. And here's the thing as well with all of, like, measured here, like, yes, it feels super weak. And yes, it kind of basically matches what I'm expecting from a 1% increase, which it is basically overall. But it doesn't matter. I could literally have reformation on this gun and the build will carry it through. That weapon talent is like, even like strained, it ends up at like 8% on this build. Of course you can give up 8%. Like here we're basically giving up 7% DPS. Like, if we were to empty every mag basically. Which we're not, of course, here. But yeah, you can give up a ton of damage. But again, as well, like I said, like the blue cores aren't the way to go. Like there are better places to give up weapon damage, or to give up basically like damage on a build for utility. Because those blue cores, especially the way he was running them, he would have been better off as with yellow cores with the healing drone that he had, and the Banshee Pulse. And here as well, instead of measured, I would much rather have preservation here. Like have a little bit health on armor on kill, have a gunner as well, make it 20% on every kill. But especially measured, what really kills it for me is that moment that it swaps. Like, just watch what happens to my aim the second that it swaps. Like, because I'm compensating at like higher RPM, which I can keep it on target for that initial part. But then when it swaps, I can't exactly predict when it swaps. Now, if I ran this talent like religiously, like for weeks or something, yeah, sure, I would get that rhythm down. Just gonna run through all these turrets, deconstruct them. Split spawn. Wow, that's a rarity. Suddenly, even on an easy mission, you have to try hard. Oh, heavy in that way. Nice. But yeah, as we all know, just because we're killing these guys in 25 bullets instead of like 20 with higher RPM, you know, completely forgetting that this part of the gun exists. Yeah. But yeah, everybody else is wrong, right? Everybody else is wrong. And the funny thing is as well, like a lot of the player base will like eats it up, and that's usually, like as I said in the other video as well, kind of my issue. So, but also I always understand there's large parts of every player base that just like will be bad, basically. Like how many people are underneath, you know, some horrible build videos of some of the content creators going, "Oh, this is amazing! You have changed my life. My babies have now like gotten teeth because of you. Like, I used to have back pains, and suddenly by using this build, I no longer have back pains." And
Vital signs critical.
my wife used to cheat on me every day, and now she's like celibate and only with me. That guy's gonna trigger the next wave. Of course he is. I'm just gonna wait for my allies. He wants to die. If he wants to die with this, he can be my guest. He can be my guest, that guy's guest, and that guy's guest. Although, of course, he's also made it harder for him. There's enemies here. Like, I want to take cover here, and there's an enemy here. How dare they? Well, there we have it. Measured best talent. So actually, on the build I'm gonna make as well, I'm gonna make measured. It's chest talent, it's backpack talent, and also, of course, the weapon talent. So nobody took shots up there. Surprising she didn't get suppressed at any point by me just missing a billion shots over her head.
Unknown network detected.
These bastards have killed your brothers, murdered your sisters, imprisoned you and your family.
I seem to be waiting there. That's interesting. After rushing in. Doesn't mean PvE.
Then show the division that they
Oh, it's not better in PvP, by the way.
show me what you're made.
The thing with measured as well is, like, actually, that's the weird part, is usually, actually, the back half of measured is usually the better damage for most builds. And that's because even though you're giving up RPM there, you're gaining total weapon damage, which a lot of builds will not have. And especially, of course, famously, PvP builds usually don't have... they're not running Vigilance Obliterate usually. So they're actually, like, the back half especially benefits the build. That's also why I want to kind of, like, double check his actual output numbers. But also the thing is, he's picking such small numbers because he's picking solo elites. That, yeah. Like, what about that guy? Because, yeah, that guy didn't die in 25 bullets. How dare he? He has messed up reality now. He has murdered reality, and me likely as well in a second. I need ammo.
It's time. The division's reign of terror ends here and now.
And yeah, I'll go somewhere else than my allies, just to have a different line on them.
Time to put these fuckers down!
It's a cross.
Minigun power restored.
Man, if I had fast hands here, that would be so much better. Whose idea was it to run measured? Step forward and be banned. Nobody's shooting at that minigun. Like, that minigun's unloading on all three of them and they're just taking him. We're gonna have one more wave.
Agent down.
I'm just gonna set up for that wave.
Minigun power restored.
Should be more than that. Was it only that? Oh, because there's still stuff from that other waves alive. These guys have only broken the chest at this point. I'm curious to see, like, I don't even remember how late I joined. Like, mid-boss fight, right? Or starting, like, before the boss fight. Are we gonna have 3 waves? No. Can't be serious.
Rogue agent deceased.
I haven't had 3 waves here in forever. We didn't. There. Like, it takes forever for 3 waves. But yeah, good teams kill them in like, 1 wave. 1 wave, side wave spawn. But yeah, some idiot decided to put measured on this thing, and yeah. But yeah, on solo it would kill with just 1 bullet less. Or like half of a second less, or whatever it was. Yeah, I'm doing a wonder. I'm just dropped level 30. Yeah. So, well, it wasn't in a mission. I can tell you that. I can tell you where it was. It was in the city hall part at the start. That y'all piece, because that's the only place they drop. The 3 items that are fixed there. So from the people outside, they'll drop a knee pad. The people inside will drop a chest, the first group, and then in that subway area, you will get a glove. And those 3 items that come from drops, because there's also in the subway area, there's also a chest. Those can be y'all. Those can be green or blue. Well, green pieces of y'all, or blue pieces of y'all if it's the chest. But yeah, for some reason in there, it does have. They're picking from a complete loot pool basically. And YAL is in there as well. But yeah, of course, it's not very usable. I wanted to see the end numbers. I'm surprised that he actually took it. What was he? Oh, yeah. Even a bad striker is still hard to beat. And of course, he had a little bit more of a leeway on me because he was there for... two rooms more. I know from experience, having done Warlord runs by a lot. At some points as well, it was data mined. Somebody data mined, especially the chest drop. Well, the thing is as well, like there's confirmed drops of it happening there in all 3. Like even by myself, even I've had chests, I've had gloves, I've had knee pads of YAL from those 3 fights. Interestingly enough, later on there's a backpack, and that I've never seen a confirmed report, because when you go out in the street towards Haven, there's you'll always get a purple backpack there, and there doesn't seem to be a YAL there. Like I've never seen anybody get one or see one, but it might also be because that one is always purple. That one always drops as a superior, so maybe. Because of that, because maybe there's no like purple YAL pieces in there, in that like in the loot pool. But yeah, especially quirks like that are things that very much interest me, so I go looking for them. Like I was also like one of the, or part of the first few people of like really going through and okay, what exactly do the last manhunt targets, what can they drop? Because they were provenly from the first manhunts, they started to drop named items that are DZ items or PvP items, and it was like, okay, but is it the full list? And then eventually we basically have gotten every piece out of them, just even without data mining from that, we can tell that like that they have the entire, they basically drop as if they're a named item cache. Let me check it. Yeah, I'm coming around to reality, and reality is very measured. As we all know. But actually, I'm going to take this over to Haven. I'm going to put preservation on it and see how much better I like it. Yeah, I don't think I got any reality drops, because yeah, reality is that special grenade, right? It's like that 7th grenade, that or 8th grenade actually, that is in there. Because yeah, so instead of measured, even, let me put in here. Actually, wait. Spike. I'm gonna grab some skill damage. Gonna random match me for another mission. Let's see how this goes. Man, goddamn. Oh, it's gonna be. This is gonna be the thingy, likely, right? The manhunt.
Power source detected.
Power source. Oh yeah, yeah. So long though. They got this. 3-piece striker again, and 2-piece hotshot, 2-piece with this chest. Sure, my dude. I'm not gonna do it just because it's too long. I just want a New York mission. I should have checked which mission. I'm being a dick there, but also they understand. Everybody understands when people leave it, man. It's a given. Oh, and congratulations there, Thirsty, on finally getting those knees, those knee replacements. I know you as an old man needed new knees. Good to see that they put them in you. Hopefully it was covered by your healthcare, and you aren't in incredible debt with your crit damage knees. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Heroic. Also, the funny thing is, of course, somebody's gonna inspect me. Well, that's a bunch of really low SHT levels. That's about that build, yeah. Oh, I've left too many groups, of course, right? That's what's happening there. I'm gonna give it a second and I'll retry. Amazing, 325. Like this crit chance here even is needed with him, of course, this one as well, because he doesn't, I mean, hopefully he has the watch already maxed out. He's even wearing White Tusk, meaning that he's completed all of the legendaries, right? But no, those are the right shoes as well. Because you get, well, the 3 original ones actually only give you. Let's try once more. Yeah, she might be bugged now. You know what I'll do? I'll set her ones back. Because also I don't want to run her build really. And I'll remove some reality, put some fast hands. Fast hands is different than reality, of course. Put it on her eclipse. Eclipse, that's not an eclipse, that's an eclipse. That's not an eclipse. This is an eclipse. I said that. The wrong chem. It's gonna suck next time I load in on her. Will it be able to... There we go. I'm gonna swap characters, grab the striker. Let's see how much there it matters.
Safe area detected.
No, does she still have the big Regulus? No, right? Striker. Altered to be a non-chest striker. A Cheska chest and this holster, right? Well, of course, this is nowadays. Oh, this here is that. God damn it! Okay. Found it. It wasn't that one. It was this one. Because I have a strained Thomas, of course, in the stash usually, but she had it because I was running it earlier. But yeah, actually on her actual one, I'll put nothing because that one isn't free talentable. You know what? Just for the cheese of it. Grade 23 FAMAS. Let's ruin it. This feels dirty. What else is here? Rotation, reformation. You know what? I'll put sledgehammer. And I won't throw any grenades. Let's see if this works. As you hope, I actually get a mission. Might be getting late and there might actually not be any missions. Is this from actual elephant? Yeah. Maybe. Weapon handling was weird though. Yeah. Well, I mean, Americans have healthcare. They just, you know, just put you in debt for a little bit too long, most people would say. Really? There's nobody matchmaking? No, there's...
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Hey, do. Let's try again. Yeah, might be getting time for bed. You know what I'll do? I'll go kill the southern named group over here. I've never used fast hands. I need to give it a try as soon as stacks are kept of reload. On reload. No, it's used for that reload. But the reason it's very effective is mostly that at least why I very much choose it. It's not even the sustain. Like a lot of people assume it's for the sustain. It kind of is, because if you're bringing up the lower bound by so much as it does, with around like 23% more sustain. That means that after a while, the burst one will just drop below it. Like even if you had started out with strained numbers, with the upper bound of burst being higher, burst DPS being higher, just because you're falling away towards sustain, you kind of, there is an interchange point. And that's one of those calculations that I kind of at some point want to do for like specific builds. The annoying thing is it's a very annoying and big calculation, and it's 2 of them that you have to do. Well, actually 4 of them even, kind of, because you need burst and sustain for both of them, and then the upper bound, and then it falls away. But that isn't even really the reason I use it. The real reason I use it is because it shortens your reload. And as long as you're not stuck in a reload, you have a chance. You have a chance of doing something to make sure that you don't die. There. Let's see that mini tank now. Also, coming in here, I already saw that, yeah, this FAMAS only has 1 mag. And has no way of reloading. So.
Serious trauma detected.
So I am an ACS striker now. But that's also fine, I guess. I'm surprised he survived that. But yeah, this is such an annoying bug, and I don't know what's causing it. Because if I go and grab ammo now, there's an ammo crate somewhere over there. Remember? It only gives me 50 rounds, right? Yeah. So. Game Y. Why game? ¿Por qué? I don't know what is even causing it, because it's like likely bleed through from Pistolero or something, but I never had Pistolero on. Like I don't use Pistolero, and yeah, usually logging out and then fixes it. So there's that. But yeah, fast stands basically did by reducing that reload time, by making that basically instant always. You always have a chance of actually doing something to not die. You can hit some weak points. You can get back faster basically, and hit a weak point or something, and maybe save yourself. Or basically, as long as you're shooting the enemy, you're also staggering them and stuff like that, which is kind of the thing that as well, like Negotiator does so well, is that it's the things that you're marking and you're shooting the other ones, you're also staggering the 2 other things that you've marked. And that really, like, rewatching footage from Negotiator, especially in legendaries and stuff, it's so noticeable how much stuff you're staggering basically by accident, kind of. Same actually in Descent with the Pestilence tick going around. Like it's very noticeable that like stuff is getting staggered by it, and it's saving you so much of the time. That's really one of the reasons I really like it as well.
To another agent's group.
Yay, just a normal ass mission. American Mystery Museum. American Reality Museum. We're going to discover what reality... So reality was in the east, and then it was still in the east, and then in the west.
The information is stored on a military-grade laptop.
Now we know more.
In the main holding area downstairs.
Journey through reality. I kind of need to make a reality emote now, don't I? I'm trying to think how, like, because you kind of need to split it up into 2 parts, because otherwise it's not really going to work. Or can make it like circular or something. Actually, yeah. You know, I've actually finally figured out what all of it was about. He just is mispronouncing it, and likely as we have a blame war going on here. He's not talking about reality. He's talking about real titties, of course. Those are the important parts.
The True Sons seem to be in control.
That's all he's looking for, is real titties.
Cameras. Pretty smart of them.
Or real titties.
You're dead meat.
I have found real titties. They are currently the time to kill of everything. And bullet to kill is real titties. It's getting late. I'm getting mellow. This is dangerous. I might get cancelled. What down did I put on this thing? Sledgehammer. Okay, yeah. It's doing nothing. And yeah, this doesn't feel any different, of course, than the other one does. Yeah. Because of course it doesn't. You're not gonna notice a loss of a weapon talent, really. Well, actually, there I'm noticing it kind of, but just on the reloads because I'm used to having it be a fast hands, and this is no fast hands. Just gonna foam on there. Ooh, saved by the roof. Because that was coming for my face, but it hit the roof there. But yeah, now we know we should run our FAMASs with Sledgehammer, because it's working for me. And of course, if anybody actually, you know, tries to correct you and go like, you know what? Maybe don't run Sledgehammer if you're not tossing any grenades. You can just tell them that my choice is valid. I've chosen it. Yeah, kind of like Muddy says there indeed, like bullets down range is best defense. And yeah, that's really what like really I like about fast hands more than anything really.
Once you find that laptop, grab it.
We didn't get the key as my character is stuck. It's not even up here. Okay. Missed it somewhere. Our friend is very much in a hurry. And I'll wait for my allies actually. Although he's determined, so.
Get the fuck away from me.
But also, actually considering it now, he's also contradicting himself, right? Because we should be using measured ARs, but wasn't it also true that there is no other AR to be using than the Elmo? The Elmo can't have measured.
Headed your way.
North or south?
Did I just shatter reality?
Heavier concentration to the south.
Is this the end?
With all those gates sealed, the north exit should be closer.
What a way to go. That would be funny if the simulation suddenly ended, basically. Just agents just came in here like, dude, what the fuck? Why did you figure that out? Now we have to start all over on this simulation of the universe. Yeah, and thanks for joining, Toasty, if you're still there. And yeah, maybe indeed see you at the next one. Yeah, I should actually, yeah. I mean, you know what? I've got an idea. Hope this team has enough damage. Oops, that guy crashed out.
What's that? There! They're trying to break through!
4 bullets. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's hitting me so hard? How did they even hit me that hard? What hit me that hard? Elite snipers, yeah. I am helping! I have been told that this is a valid choice. How dare you
An agent has disconnected.
disagree with my choices? You shall die for that in 17 days, hopefully. Wait, somebody has a supercharge?
We galloping cheese. What the hell is going on here?
Bro's wondering, this is a raid tank and it does nothing in damage. It's not meant to do damage, it's just meant to survive and hit buttons. And I've taken it into a place where we need to do some damage.
Where you think you go?
Why are these guys dying? I thought giving up damage for no reason was like a valid choice. Although look at the blue bars on my allies. That's kind of juicy, isn't it? And you know what? I'll even justify this. The only reason I went this build is because I knew that guy was going to crash, even though he crashed after I swapped build, of course. And I'm slowing it down, giving him a chance to load back in. That's my story. That'll be on the official report, and I'm sticking to it. Some nice blue bars on my allies. Although, well, he didn't make it, so my mission failed, but I tried.
It's going to be a whole lot of help to Odessa in the short term, but to all of us in the long run. You also effectively put this hellhole out of commission.
Still took it on. What? Oh. Oh. I wasn't even the worst build here, guys. I wasn't even the worst build here with this thing. Like, this wasn't the worst build here.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, so we broke reality. We did some work on a character. Like, that was the most useful thing I did today, was do some work on the build collection. We got pissed off, and I only slammed the table once. At a fucking dumbass. And you know what? Let's actually end it off. Because, of course, there's only one thing left to do. Before we sign off here. As yes, I am going to go sign off, basically. But before we do...
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I've been told that this is the best build ever. No one can convince me otherwise.
Immediate
Oops.
medical assistance needed. Agent
At least I have a hive.
incapacitated. Agent killed.
So I'm surprised I got out of there. But that's actually smart. Don't have a shield yet though, because they did actually destroy my shield.
Serious trauma detected.
And
Agent vital signs 0.
and that guy did a ton of damage. Also, as well, if you're ever curious where we like get the in-game names for enemies and stuff, when you die to them, it actually says like assault black rifle, black tusk, and then assault rifle as the weapon and stuff. And there's a little blurb in here that you can kind of read. That's also, for instance, why how we know which factions are called like underground and ambushers, and that like the New York guys are called raiders and stuff. It's actually kind of small. But yeah, about the throwers, I remember when I was growing up, I used to see all these segments on the military channel about airburst grenade launchers and thinking about how cool they were. As an adult, I'm significantly less impressed and more than a little pissed off when they're used against me. Agent Kelsa. Couldn't agree more, Kelsa. But yeah, why did I die? I was told more blue cores would be like. Although of course this is the subject of an upcoming video of dying more, so maybe I did that one right. I died more. As you know what? I'll call for backup now. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off there. As we he didn't. Yeah, actually, what the fuck? He could have just completely gone blue pill. Indeed, yeah. Wait, which one was the good pill? The blue pill, right? Or which one was the pill that got you out of the Matrix? The blue pill? I always forget. Like I know red pill and stuff is a thing. I'm gonna guess they are seeing as their. Children, yeah. Should we watch that movie at some point? Yeah, I mean everything is gonna take forever. I mean, the thing is at its core, like his idea of like, yes, most people should maybe try out more survivability because all red builds aren't for everyone. Yeah, tech tanks. That's like I agree with that, with the sentiment there. But the method of no, because first of all, just blue cores, like nobody gives a shit. Like you're better off giving up. You're better off just, even on a red build, instead of taking blue cores first, what I would do is grab preservation, first of all. And even if you want to, grab Vanguard. Like Vanguard is a 5-second invulnerable shield. Like it's better, I feel it's better than Unbreakable. Like having 5 seconds of just standing in front of enemy and killing it is basically so much better than just Unbreakable on a full red one and stuff. Like there are ways, but then have that discussion. Don't go all around, oh, but bullet to kill is so much better and measured is awesome. Like, no, it ain't. But yeah, thank you all that have joined me for this madness and have stuck around through it. And thanks as well to the few people that followed me today as well. And I am surprisingly over 100 followers on Twitch now, which is a little bit surreal still for me that people are actually interested and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Starting out, I was like, well, who would watch this? Who would watch me? But it's good to know that at least some are. And very much appreciated as always. And I'll be at it again tomorrow. Well, Hunter's Fury SMG build showcase went up today. Likely tomorrow and the day after I'll work on the DPS video and the guide. Likely tomorrow I'll have the guide completely done. So I could maybe show that off already. Tuesday I'll do the actual video of it. It'll likely go up for, because yeah, that Die More video is scheduled for Wednesday, and then the DPS one likely for the weekend, and then likely Wednesday or Thursday I'll do the Heartbreaker Showcase recording live. Because I think as well it's better to do those during the week, as especially during the weekends. I find that a lot of the regulars are usually busy. Some of you, of course, are very much here, but some I notice aren't usually around on the weekends. So yeah, those were the updates, and I'm gonna go back into reality, because this is of course all fake. As if you're wondering how you get out of the fakeness and go to reality, Alt F4 and welcome to reality. It's a little bit black. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy your evening or your nights, and hopefully see you again. And as always, have a good night.